and we'll start with the roll call.
Trustee Donnelly? Trustee Donnelly?
Oh, present.
Yeah.
Trustee
Sorry.
Gray?
Present.
Trustee Edmondson?
Present.
Trustee Jackson Miller?
Present.
And we have heard from Trustee Dickinson that he will not be attending this evening.
Okay. Next up is public comment for closed session items only. No one's here in person.
Nothing.
On email. All right, great. Then we were ready to convene to close session.
Okay, so stop.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for those who are in our little overflow space again. Our apologies, but we're grateful to have you here.
Yes.
We've got 2 board members who are on Zoom, so you'll see them on the screen, and our board president is here and participating, but since she's remote, I'll go ahead and lead the meeting. And we have 1 board member who was unable to attend tonight, so it looks a little different. But we're happy to be here and happy to have you. We always start our meetings with a pledge of allegiance. So we're going to call our open session to order and bring out a rock star from Santa Cruz Gardens Elementary School. And I'm sure Principal Albano might want to introduce our student.
Yes, just welcome to the wonderful Abigail Evans, an amazing SCG leader here at Santa Cruz Gardens. My honor to be here as principal, Carlo Albano of Santa Cruz Gardens, and here to present Abigail Evans in 3rd grade at Santa Cruz Gardens and our amazing special school and amazing special star of a student. One up, Abigail, please read for us. Yep, you got it.
Please stand.
Got it.
Place your hands on your heart. Ready? Begin.
I
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands for nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yep, got it.
Soquel Union Elementary School district mission, staff, students, parents, and the community helps ensure that each child develops skills and character necessary for lifelong achievement and responsible citizenship in a diverse world.
Well done.
Great work, Abigail.
Oh,
Yeah, way to go. You got a lot of support, huh?
that's right.
You got your team here. I love that. Thank you for being here. Thank you for getting us started on the perfect note. We appreciate that. We have a certificate that we'd like to give you, and we have some really nice things that have been written about you. Is it okay if I read those out loud? Okay. The Board of Trustees Certificate of Recognition for our Student Pledge of Allegiance leader and mission statement reader, Abigail Evans, 3rd grader, Santa Cruz Gardens. It is our pleasure to have Abigail Evans represent Santa Cruz Gardens as our student leader. Abigail is an amazing 3rd grade student. She's a shining example of including others and leading by example. Because of this, she's very well liked and has many friends at our school. Abigail has been regularly commended for including and playing with students with ranges of different needs, and you can always see how thankful to feel seen and included they are every day. She works so hard in her studies. She is so very kind, and she has such a bright outlook on life. We are thankful to have Abigail and her brother Caden in our SCG Dolphin Pod. At school, Abigail loves to read, write, do math and art, and play with her friends. She says that she loves to come to school every day to learn. When she grows up, she would like to be a vet, a singer, an artist, or an author. If she was an author, she would like to write chapter books, maybe scary books, and nonfiction about sea animals. Abigail's favorite animal on earth is the dog because they protect, they stay with you, and they cuddle. She has 1 dog at home that is a corgi. She loves her family and her brother so much because they're always there for her, like during the earthquake in the middle of the night that happened. Yeah. Abigail loves the boardwalk and going to the pool here in town and going on road trips to Tahoe. She loves Hawaii for their luau events, the sea animals, the sun, and the ocean. Thank you for being such an amazing, special person, Abigail. We appreciate you for being your best self every day.
Wow.
Wow. Awesome. Do you feel comfortable coming up here and getting your certificate and maybe picking something out for yourself and your brother? Is that okay with you? Come on over. We also have a gift certificate for Two Birds Books. I don't know if you've ever been there, but it's a really nice little bookstore that has lots of things to look at. So that's a thank you for her. Oh, I think that's putty. Have you ever been thinking, yeah, was it smelly too?
Yeah.
Oh, it's got kiwis on it.
Yeah.
So it was putty, slime, like, yeah, sorry, folks, for whatever might come into your house.
Did you say yes?
Usually we ask our student leaders a couple of questions. Is that okay with you? Okay. I'll start with the trustee in the room. Kelly, you got anything?
I'll start. I was wondering about what's your favorite sea animal?
What is it?
Oh, an otter.
Her
Guess
favorite.
what it is,
Otter,
Ted? An otter.
okay.
Yeah.
And then I have one more question is, what's your favorite thing about Santa Cruz Gardens?
My favorite thing about Santa Cruz Gardens is being there with teachers, friends, and they feel like family to me.
Awesome. Ted, Ariel?
Yeah. Wow. You really like animals, don't you? I'm here up in the sky right here. So what do you like about otters?
What do you like about otters?
I like about otters is that they're cute sometimes, and I like how they swim too. And the way they like roll up is like they're in seaweed, so they don't float away at night.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Super smart.
You're exactly right. You know, they just roll up the seaweed and they stay there and they sleep too. That's really good. And you have a dog. What's your dog's name?
Callie.
Callie. Oh, that's a nice name. We know somebody named Callie.
Her name too. It's a good name, guys.
And
Ariel,
you like to read. Tell me about the books you like to read.
I like to read mostly chapter books with dogs and like Lily to the Rescue
uh-huh.
and The Puppy Place. That
Mm.
one.
That's a good one. I know that book.
Okay, that's great. Wow. Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I would love to know a little bit about what you like to sing. You have a favorite song that you like to sing or a style of music?
And mostly the Jonas Brothers.
Jonas Brothers.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Jonas Brothers. Oh,
Very
yeah.
fun.
I saw them in concert with my kids.
Do you like going to concerts? Have you been to, maybe not the Jonas Brothers, but have you been to a concert to see people singing live music? It's fun, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you say you had a brother? You can get something for him.
Decisions.
know.
You need help with anything or you got it?
I can't tell what these are though.
Magnets.
I'm thinking maybe for Caden,
How old is Caden?
he's gonna turn 12 this year, but he's 11 right now.
Okay.
Probably a little Rubik's Cube.
Mm.
So probably again.
This is better than the dentist, you know, like if you go to the dentist for treasure box, you have to go through some stuff. Like, I'd like to think this is easier.
Right.
That's, oh yeah, right back.
Good choice.
And that's a
Good
great
choice.
choice.
think you'll like that.
Yeah.
And
Well,
don't
thank,
forget to.
yeah, and your certificate and
Good
your
job.
gift card to the bookstore. All
Good
right,
job.
round of applause for Abigail.
Really great to meet you.
Yeah.
Oh, photo.
We usually take a picture with our student leader. Do you want to have a picture? Up to you. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we'll stand in front of the screen.
Oh, there
It'll be very meta.
Abigail, would you be in our picture?
You want to, yeah, do you want to be at it? Parents, teacher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The outside's cut out the art.
Here, I can go over here. We'll make more room.
Oh.
Just to help myself. Take a little.
Smile, smile, smile.
Someone pointed Ted, someone pointed Ted. Yeah. 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 We're gonna have some of us. Maybe some of us should kneel. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, she's on her.
It's her show.
If she wants to. You cannot tell her no.
It's our Jonas brother.
You're okay. That could be edited.
Great.
Thank you see your pictures, yeah.
Oh, you see.
Does anybody get it?
Thank you.
Thanks, Carlo.
Yeah.
Good night. Thank you for coming in.
No, she moved it, so I told her to move it, so we'll get the picture, yeah.
Wow, that's great.
said I-
Thank
she
you
said
for
I-
doing it.
All right, we just have a little tiny bit to get through, and then we're celebrating the invention convention and our inventor. Next up is item 3B, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I guess so.
Okay, I sound, that's a,
We'll take it.
yep.
All right.
All right, report out of closed session. The board met in closed session and we have nothing to report. Next up is our consent agenda, which includes a resolution. Do I have a motion to adopt and approve the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion, but I just would like to point out that I'm just so proud of our district for the resolution about flying the rainbow flag and honoring Harvey Milk Day. It's such an important thing just to support our LGBTQ students, and I'm so glad that we're doing that. So I'll make the motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you, Kat, and thank you for highlighting that item. I appreciate it. I'll second. We ready for a vote? Trustee Gray,
Yep, yes, aye.
Trustee Donnelly,
Aye.
trustee Jackson Miller,
Aye.
trustee Edmondson.
Aye.
Right, thank you. Now we're on to our recognition item, our recognition of the 2025-26 California Invention Convention participants.
You all.
Anything you wanna
No, I
do as
just,
far as
I make it
background or-
quick. I'm just so proud of all the inventors. I'm always grateful to Miss Alana Lowe, who really kind of started, and now it's spread from Main Street. Now we have New Brighton involved, and so Ella involved. So it's really started something. So thank you for being the originator on this. And let's go to the inventors.
All right. So we have certificates for our inventors, and we'll read your name. If you're here, please come on up and accept your certificate. And then once we,
Do you want them back to their seat and then we all take a photo, or how did,
oh gosh,
because sometimes it's.
yeah, what do you think?
Maybe back to their
Yeah,
seat.
come on up, get your certificate, back to the seat, and then we'll talk.
I'll get everybody.
We'll get a picture, and sometimes we have questions. And if you have a inventor, we'll try and make sure you guys are
I paired
together.
them up for you.
Oh, thank you so much. All right. Our first certificate of recognition is for Rowan Mack, and please correct us if we get your names wrong, for the invention of cat canopy.
She's not.
Okay. You want me to just go through mine?
I can do it.
Okay.
Skyla Walton and Sedona Brooks. So for their invention of the Quick Clean, it's an invention that makes dishwashing easier.
Mm. I know. I'll go back and read Rowan's, because that's a great idea. Rowan's was the cat canopy, which is a crate-like invention that you can hang from your window or balcony that allows your cat to enjoy the outdoors. Oh, so many good ideas. Next, we have Seal Webb and Grace Newman for the invention of Glow Away, which is a pen that erases highlighter.
Your name.
Hey, Amanda, can you repeat that?
You
What's the
bet.
invention?
I'll do better about this. So I've got
That's
Ciel
fine.
and Grace for the invention of Glow Away, which is a pen that erases highlighter.
Oh, okay.
Go, Ciel and
Oh,
Grace.
okay.
Thank you for being here. And we'll have you go back to your seats, and then we'll come up all together later.
All right, next, Van Farren and Luke Richards. Give one second. So this invention is restoring habitat with an air-powered seed disperser. And it helps restore habitat. How's that work with dispersing seeds?
So like after like fires or like plants get like destroyed and stuff, you can shoot the cannon onto like where we can't walk,
Nice.
and then it regrows without having to like walk over it.
Wow, very cool. All right.
All right. Next, we have Sunny Gamino and Damian Izant Gonzalez for the invention of surf and turf. Hey, guys. Surf and turf is an artificial grass sleeves that you strap over your bike pedals so they're more comfortable with your feet when you're riding barefoot, at Ted, for when you're riding barefoot to the beach or to surf. So
Great
let's
idea.
see, Sunny and Damian. Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
All right, Raphael Lincoln and Henry Kessler. Ever bright light invention. Next, and we'll hold on to this.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay, and I have the inventors of the bright light glove, Edward Harvey, Jackson Sturgis, and Sam Wexler. I gave your name. Jackson, there you go. All right, the bright light glove is a glove that lights up so when you're riding your bike in the dark, drivers will be able to easily see you signaling. Nice.
Good work.
All right, and Allison Robles. Dish Eco AI. I really love this.
All right, thank you to all of our inventors and parents who are here in person. We know some people had other activities. If our inventors don't mind coming up to us with their certificates, we could ask it if the board members have any questions for them about their inventions. We might ask a couple friendly questions and take a picture. Yeah.
Are we asking questions now or
You
wait
take a
for
picture
pictures?
first.
Okay.
I think this one we're just not gonna fit in front of the screen.
Yeah,
I think, yeah.
Right.
Maybe we'll just come over here.
We can't get it, but- Okay. Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Well, then, stop it. You're so tall. Alright.
Can you hang out up here for a second?
Parents need a picture.
Oh, yes.
Parents need a picture. All right, thanks. All right, round of applause.
Yeah.
for everybody.
And inventors, I think our board members on the screen might have a couple of questions. We might have a couple of questions. You okay with that? All right. You want to start with?
I'll start with a question for our inventors. What was one of the challenges of doing the invention convention? Yeah, maybe we'll just raise hands and, yeah, you wanna start?
It was really hard to find a way to store energy and to produce enough energy in the environment. If the invention produce light.
Yeah,
We were planning to do more, but you can really, it's hard to build from produce more energy than they do.
yeah,
I don't know what.
yeah. Allison?
Challenge was like learning how to code to make a map.
Yeah.
Learning how to code, is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You wanna
yeah.
tell us about your invention? I thought it was, I really enjoyed it.
Well, my invention is an app that helps you save water, time, energy, and resources. So like you take a picture of your dirty dishes and of your empty dishwasher, and then AI will start generating and tell you the more efficient way to load your dishes.
Nice.
Other, what was challenging about doing it? Yeah?
Can you guys hear?
It was pretty hard for us to find an idea. We had a bunch of like options at first, but then we stuck with one idea, and like once we like planned everything and like worked on it and came together.
Yeah. Any other challenges? CL, you guys had a challenge with your, and Grace. I really liked your honesty as inventors, because sometimes you try ideas and they don't work perfectly, but do you guys want to share a little bit about making your invention?
One of the challenges was we had to do finding the right solution that would work best because we had to do a lot of and different ingredients.
Because it's hard to erase a highlighter. Yeah. Grace, do you want to add anything? Yeah. I'm gonna rephrase for I think one of my board members on
Yeah, thank you.
online can't quite hear, but we've got our students who did the invention of erasing highlighter and some challenges that, coming up with the right formula that it takes some time and it can be more difficult. And Callie was talking about how it's so important to have that honesty about the difficulty of the process.
Right.
Yeah. A lot of times it seems the process, you learn more from the process of navigating what you're trying to do than the actual outcome. Sometimes it's a good life lesson.
Well, yeah, right. Inventions were not made overnight. You
That's
know,
right.
there was a lot of testing and test driving and, and ups and downs. And finally they get the product.
Mm-hmm. Did you want to share? I saw your hand.
Yeah. One of our challenges was to make the decomposable paper balls. Like we didn't know how to make them. And then we asked our teacher to help us figure out how to. And he helped us. So we just used recycled paper towels, blended it up with hot water, and added the seeds in the middle. And another challenge was figuring out how much pressure to put in the valve to launch it. So like it didn't blow up or it didn't go that far.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
I just want to say, Brenda Payne hired Lisa Camino and I at the same time, and she did inspired us to get and bring the invention convention to Main Street, and we've been doing it for all these years, and it is one of the things that I think is harder is for kids to come up with ideas that haven't already been invented. So when they Google it, there's so much out there, and so the fact that these guys, you all and your people persevered and kept doing it is amazing. And one of the reasons why Lisa and I have been able to do it at Main Street, and I'm so glad it's moving beyond us, is because it's really on the kids. We offer, we start it, we launch it, and then you guys do it, and families, we know you're out there. We're working with them and supporting them. So it's such a cool thing. And year after year, I think maybe this one, they won't come up with something, I don't know, but it keeps happening. So great job persevering, and well done, middle school.
Yeah. Thank you. No, all right. Unless there are any other questions from the board, we just really want to wholeheartedly thank you all for being here and your families and your teachers for supporting you. Any
Yeah,
students,
thank you.
any students have any
Yeah,
final
no.
thoughts you want us to know? No. Sorry, Ted, were you saying something?
Oh, no, I just wanted to thank him for coming in.
Yeah.
That's great.
We got
Maybe
a packed house.
next time around, we should have holograms for board members who aren't there.
All right. Yeah,
Work
there's a
on that,
special
huh?
special request for an invention of holograms.
Forward hologram.
Yeah.
Or how about a robotic 3D printer?
There are so
Right.
many ideas out
And
there.
emotions, huh?
And then that trial and
But
error,
thank you.
trial and error. Yeah. Well, thank you all very much. We really appreciate you. With one more big, giant, beautiful round of applause. And you and your families are welcome to stay here and watch the rest of our exciting board meeting. You're welcome to stay. You're also more than welcome to go and get on with your evening.
Good job, everybody.
Yeah, awesome job. Yeah, yeah. I know. I was so bummed I couldn't go to the, I was really bummed I couldn't. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
And now there's some.
Yeah. Got it.
So
Okay.
just readable, right? I mean,
Right,
not
right.
out loud.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, for sure. All right. Unless I am mistaken, our next item is a quick public hearing. We're holding a public hearing regarding interfund borrowing for the SoCal Union.
We have more seats.
More seats, come on up. Yeah,
Always the front.
yes. All right. We're gonna hold a public hearing regarding interfund borrowing for the SoCal Union Elementary School District. Allison.
Yes, so this is an annual public hearing that we have. We have the resolution coming later on in the agenda. And what this allows is the district to be able to borrow from another fund if needed for obligations that may have.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing, and that means the comments at this time are just for this particular item about interfund borrowing for the school district. So I'll be really formal, and I wish I had a kid I could pound the gavel, but we've opened up the hearing at 6:53. Any comment on the public hearing? Wow, my computer is in a different time zone. That is super weird. Yeah, I'm really glad that we've got the right time. Thank you. 7:08. Any comments on this public hearing item? Okay, and there was nothing on email on this item, right?
Nope.
Okay, all right. Then we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Our next item is public communications. I'll do a brief recap. So in addition to speaking in person, here at our meeting, people also are able to email the board. If your email is pertaining to something that's not on the agenda, the board will read it, but it won't be read aloud. Members of the audience are welcome to address the Board of Trustees during public communications regarding items that are not listed on this agenda. For items not listed on the agenda, we request that you fill out one of the forms available at the sign-in register like this and submit it to the executive assistant to the superintendent prior to the opening of the meeting. 3 minutes may be allotted to each speaker and a maximum of 20 minutes to each subject matter. The trustees cannot take action on these matters unless such matters are placed on a future agenda according to law. If the item is on the agenda, you'll have the opportunity to speak at the time the agenda item is discussed. Please address the board president. These proceedings are video recorded. Board members shall hold the education of students above any partisan principal, group interest, or personal interest. Thank you for listening to all of that. We do have some speaker cards for public comment, and the first one is Mike Maroney, parent subject Opal Cliffs. Mike, hi, come on in.
How's it going?
Great, great. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Thank you for those on the video. I came at the last board meeting on April 1st. My name is Mike Maroney. I'm the father of 2 students who attend Opal Cliffs. Since the last board meeting, I've learned a few things about the Opal Cliff School. Number one, board member Donnelly, your name is on the plaque there. I don't know if you remember that, but you're the president of the board at the time, and your name is plastered on the, oh, lost him right at the wrong time. In addition to that, the group that runs this daycare facility is called the Campus Kids Connection. The executive director of that group, her name's Heidi. She was there at the ribbon cutting in 2011. This was a building that was built for $2 million. It's still on the architect's webpage. Shows that it was originally built to house 2 Capitola facility recreation rooms, 2 daycare classrooms, and 1 850 square foot admin room. We learned in the recent SoCal Scoop that Superintendent Turnbull put out that due to declining enrollment, CKC will close this facility. What is in fact true is that CKC wouldn't close this facility if the district had not made the decision to close the facility. So I'm here today to ask for some follow-up information about this project. I read the past meeting minutes on December 19th, 2024. There was a master plan from Measure P funds where a line item for $4 million was listed for district offices / MOT. I've come to understand that that means maintenance, operations, and transportation, I believe. That's the only mention that I could find of this project and the plans at this project. So I'm asking tonight if you can please clarify a few things. Number one, what other options were considered for the facility there at Opal Cliffs? Number two, is it appropriate to be spending that much money on this project, or how much money is being spent on this project? And is it fair to be eliminating a daycare facility that houses, it's licensed for 50 students? There is justification that the students that are currently attending will be transferred to Santa Cruz Gardens. Santa Cruz Gardens is licensed for 42 students. So there's been a decision made that I can't really make sense of to close a daycare facility of 50 students when the main reason or justification that I've seen is due to declining enrollment. That may be true about TK, but it's not necessarily true about 2- and 3-year-olds. I've called 7 daycare facilities within 5 miles. All of them have a wait list of 5 months or longer. So respectfully, I'd like to clarify and get some feedback on the intent of the project, the funding of the project, and to respectfully ask that you please stop the planned closure of that daycare facility. And I also brought some messages from the teachers and the students. So number one, from the teachers, we will miss this beautiful site already. I realized it's not for the video. And then number two is children need childcare. And so I just really appreciate you all listening to this and realizing that this school district is choosing to close a daycare facility of 50 students in order to, what I've been able to determine, put in administrative offices. So please clarify in the appropriate manner that you can, and please consider stopping this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. The next one, I apologize, I'm having a little trouble reading the name. I will take all responsibility for that. It's either Susan or Jason Warner, perhaps? The subject is Sarah Weber. Is it Susan? I'm so sorry. I prefer to call people by their names. Was it Jason? Justin, I am so sorry. Okay. I'm gonna blame my eyes, but we'll take a little refresh and we're ready when you are.
I came last month and I'm back this month. I came last month to express my concern over the proposed layoff of her position, of Sarah Weber's position at Main Street Elementary, because it directly affects my daughter. She's got type 1 diabetes, and she's in contact with Sarah all day long, who monitors her insulin, who takes care of her blood sugar needs and all of those things. And in addition to when we came last month and spoke, I sent an email to the school board the next day, and I've gotten zero kind of response on what kind of solution is going to go into place. And I need to reiterate that, like, this isn't like, my daughter has a problem with gluten or something. Like, it's a serious illness. Like, she can absolutely have massive medical problems while she's in school, and it requires 24/7 supervision. And it's like, if this layoff takes place, whatever Sarah's last day is, my kid can't go to school the next day. There's no one there to take care of her and do what Sarah does, or qualified to do it, or trained to do it, or that my daughter feels comfortable with. And the fact that we've just been given zero response or any kind of solution is just really frustrating. And I don't know what to do at this point. The law is very specific. It states that my daughter has a right to have these things taken care of while she's in school, and that there's supposed to be somebody there. And I've looked at different solutions, or not solutions, but kind of at the end of our rope, trying to figure out, do I file complaints with the Office of Education and the Office of Civil Rights, and and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, I don't want to be in this position where I'm like feeling embattled with the school board that my daughter goes to school at. I want to support the school board. I want to, you know what I mean, be talking about positive things up here. And instead, I'm in this precarious situation where I don't know what to do, because Like I said, my kid can't go, and I'm not going to pull my kid out and take her to another school district and another school because frankly, no one can figure out how to fund, you know what I mean, one woman's position who, I'm sorry, like if you went to that school and you saw what goes on all day, yeah, what goes on there all day long, like her position is not a luxury, it's a necessity. The kids need her there. My daughter needs her there. It's not like, and you know, my daughter's not the only one she takes care of. There's other people there with the same disease and other, you know, medical conditions that she's dealing with all day long. And there's nobody else there to do it. They're understaffed as it is. It's insane to me that this is even a thought that we can just lay her off and you know what I mean? I don't know what'll happen to the kids there, but and that's what it seems like because I haven't been given any, if there's something that I don't know, you know what I mean, and some kind of thing, then please, like, you know, reach out and let us know. But I haven't been given any kind of solution. And it's, you know, I'll say it again. I said it last month. It's really, it's unacceptable to me. I don't understand. You know, my wife already currently has to go on every single field trip that my daughter does. And legally, there's supposed to be somebody in place to go do those things. But Sarah can't do it because she has to be at the school to take care of all the other kids that have issues. And so, you know, already her needs aren't being met, even with Sarah in place there, you know, as to the letter of the law, at least.
Thank you, Justin. It's
Okay.
a little over
I'll
time.
just close with-
We
if I could just close.
we are
like,
listening.
I understand, you know, problems with budgets and payrolls and everything like that, you know, but at some point, there's got to be some kind of decision made with human beings in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And Justin, I am sorry about your name. Our next speaker is Zoila Cueva Silva. Hola, Zoila. Hi.
Mi nombre es Zoila Cueva Silva. Vengo de la Escuela Soquel. Tengo dos niños, un hijo de 5º grado y una hija en 1er grado en el programa de inversión bilingüista de la Escuela Primaria Soquel. Les hablo hoy porque me preocupa los recortes que se han propuesto. Marisol, la trabajadora de la oficina. Si Marisol se va, no habrá nadie que hable español para ayudar a padres como yo, cuando Marisol a diario para comunicarse con mis necesidades e inquietudes como madre y las de mis hijos. En una escuela que se enorgullece de tener un programa de doble inversión, es imposible que no tengan a una persona bilingüe en la oficina. Nos aseguraremos de que nuestros estudiantes del programa DLI aprendan 2 idiomas, pero al mismo tiempo estamos reduciendo el permiso bilingüe de las escuelas. Les enseñamos a nuestros estudiantes que ser bilingüe es importante, pero no apoyamos a los padres cuyos hijos participan en este programa. Es muy importante que una persona bilingüe trabaje en las oficinas de las escuelas primarias de Soquel. Por favor, revoquen el despido de Marisol. Otra cosa más que quiero agregar, con mis hijos se sienten confiados al ir a la oficina cuando se sienten mal o ocupan una cosa que ellos necesitan con el simple hecho de que hay alguien en la oficina que habla español. Sus mismos idiomas, eso a mí como mamá me da mucha tranquilidad y seguridad de que mis hijos van a sentirse más confiados de ir y decir sus inquietudes. Ya al final agradezco su atención y confío en que revoquen estos likes de off. Gracias por darme la oportunidad de hablar.
Gracias, Zoila. And the last speaker card I have is for Sarah Weber from Main Street.
I'm Sarah Weber. I hold one of the positions that you recently voted to lay off. I know you've heard over and over, like, we invite you, come spend a day in the office. See how the students and staff and parents would not be served with one person in there. I know I know it's not personal, and I've said over and over, like, Main Street could function without Sarah Weber, but they need 2 people in the office. And we have had every single day, we have parents coming in saying, what is the plan? What are they going to do? And we don't have a plan. We've asked for a plan. There's no plan. It's not just me. There's other people that were like, what are we going to do without these positions? And it feels bad. It feels bad for the parents whose kids that I specifically am caring for their medical needs. It feels bad over the last 2 weeks where I've been working so hard to get the period 2 attendance as good, as many completed independent studies as possible. It is so much extra work, and that is what our funding is based on, and that's my job. And I don't like, who's going to do that? Melina's not, the office manager is not gonna be able to fill in these positions. And the same with custodians. Like, we can't just have, we have 1 custodian right now, and we've been having to take out the trash and fill those positions because there's nobody to fill the position. Also, we only have 1 recess coach at Main Street, so frequently we have to get pulled out to go out onto the yard to help with that too. So my main 2 questions, well, obviously, change your mind, change it, don't do the layoffs. But my 2 questions are, and these are questions that have been asked before, but like, how were these positions chosen? What insight was sought? Like, what was the process to see how can we make these positions the least impactful to students? Because I understand, I've heard all the budget meetings, I get it, but this is impacting the students so greatly. My second question that is yet to be answered is, what is the plan? We need to be able to tell people, I need to be able to train somebody. This is what I do. We need to be able to give parents answers like, your kids are going to be cared for. So please answer the question of, I know you can't right now, but how was this chosen? Because it matters. Like, it matters moving forward. What is the process for choosing positions to be laid off? And what is the plan? We cannot wait until May 15th. We cannot wait a whole nother month to see what's going to happen and like hope for the best, but we don't know. So please consider answering those 2 questions.
Thank you. Those were our only public communications cards, so thank you all for being here and participating.
So much.
Are they on agenda items though? So if they're not on agenda,
Yes.
but if it's not an agenda item, then we don't read it out loud.
For open comment, we don't read them.
Not for emails.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh. I thought they'll email before the meeting, public communication.
Mhm.
That's not what that means.
It'll be read by the board, not read at the board meeting.
Oh,
That's why I
I
forced
know
it.
past practice has been different, but
oh,
that's,
golly,
yeah.
that's kind of too bad. But okay.
Well, it's something that goes in the docket, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We will all read them, but in the spirit of wanting to make sure that we're not making decisions at 9:30 or 10 at night when we're tired, we will not read those out loud. We will read them ourselves. All right. Next up would be standing reports, and we'll start with our assistant superintendents. Anyone want to start first?
I'll go and I'll be quick. I've been extremely busy the last few weeks. I attended an attendance training at the COE that covered class size penalty reporting. Also attended construction meetings. Had our second negotiations today with CSEA, which was good, and been working on payroll, budget, and attendance.
I will be brief because I'm speaking a little bit later on, but this Tuesday, this week, we had a professional learning day. And was really grateful for our staff's engagement as well as their feedback on future PD so that we can continue to design things that are supportive and adequately meet the needs of staff in the area that they're wanting support. So appreciated staff and their engagement in that way. I am happy to report that as of right now, we have 101 unduplicated students registered for summer school. So in order to be compliant with ELOP, we're required to invite all unduplicated students to register And so we're excited that our classes are filling up with eligible students for that program. And then we met on Tuesday, much of the day with different partner groups, including some of our expert math teachers, to do some heavy lifting in terms of planning for PD for next year. And are feeling really excited about that and the way that that plan is taking shape.
I will just ditto both of those negotiations, the math planning day and the PD, all super successful. So that's all for me.
Thank you. Next up, items from CSEA. Hello.
Hello, good evening. Want to report, we had negotiations today and for lunch. Feel like we're moving forward. I think we're in a good place. Thank you very much. Look forward to meeting next Thursday. Hopefully we can finalize everything by then. Hopefully we can finalize everything by May 15th. And I do solely believe that they will make everything right. That's my belief. So thank you very much, and that's all I have to say.
Next up, items from SoCal Education Association, SEA. Ms. Lai. Hi. And I'm so sorry. Can you guys hear? Are you able to hear from Zoom? Okay.
Okay, great. I'll try to project just in case I don't have to go to the mic.
I was like, I didn't want to have to ask you to come to the mic again, but I do want them to hear you.
Yes, SEA statement to the board. SEA would like to start by saying we are still strongly opposed to the layoffs that the district has proposed, as they will result in significant negative impacts on our students and remaining staff. Nearly every position listed has a direct effect on the day-to-day quality of experience for the students in our district. We are also here tonight in support of the board ratification of our current TA. While the SEA's proposal will barely make a dent in the massive increases we have seen in our healthcare cost increases, it will still help in the short term to stem the financial hemorrhaging our members have been experiencing and hopefully make it easier for them to stay in this district, teaching in the community they love. Moving ahead, we look forward to more long-term measures to address lagging compensation in our district, including passing a parcel tax, continuing to evaluate consolidation of districts, getting Prop 55 on the ballot and ensuring it passes, which will keep approximately $325,000 in our district budget, demanding the release of the full amount of Prop 98 settle up funds from the state, which we will keep approximately $1.4 million in our district budget. We hope to work in collaboration with the administration and with district families to accomplish these more long-term goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have 8D? Do we have an update on bond projects tonight?
Not tonight.
Okay. Next
We're
up.
planning a full, robust one next board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Items from trustees. I'll start by saying I personally have nothing to report. You have anything to report?
I went to the Main Street Jogathon and I love the partnership with SoCal High. That's always really fun, and FOMS just does such a great job. It's so much great energy, and it's you guys, it's the TKs and they're running, and then it goes all the way to the 5th grade. It's adorable. And then also the art show at Main Street, which wow, Miss Mandy, amazing. I love all the art. So that was fun. Thanks.
Nice, thank you. Our Zoomies?
I don't have anything to report.
I shouldn't do that. No, okay.
I like that zoomies. That's kind of cool. Honestly, I don't have anything to report out on.
Okay. Great.
I see the artwork behind Kelly, but I can't really see what it is. So thank you for putting that up.
You got the rainbow fish and some kelp and some dolphins and yeah, you got some cool ocean art.
A lot of art connected to books too, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The book character, and I saw that throughout Miss Mandy's curriculum, which was I love that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for putting that up.
Thank you for highlighting it. We're going to start with our presentation items. So our first presentation is regarding our LCFF versus basic aid funding.
Great. So I'm just going to welcome Becky and Jean, who have come out before and did a very thorough presentation on what it means to be on the cusp of possibly going into basic aid. And the board said, you know, after we get through part of the year, we'd love to hear a little bit of follow-up. So thank you for all your support of this process for us.
Yes, good evening, Superintendent Turnbull. President Gray, whose picture got a little bit tinier, but and the rest of the trustees, thank you so much for having us tonight. My name is Becky Oker. I'm the interim deputy superintendent of business services at the Santa Cruz County Office of Education. And this is Jean Gardner. She's the former senior director of fiscal services. I keep dragging her out of retirement to,
We're so grateful.
yes. And she has all the knowledge on basic aid. So we're going to go ahead and get started. So just kind of touching across a few things, what moves a district back and forth between the basic aid threshold? What are the impacts of being a basic aid and the impacts of teetering in and out of basic aid, and how that will impact your reserves and cash flow? So basic aid occurs when property taxes exceed the local control funding formula entitlement. So basically all of your revenue is coming in a giant bucket is how it's kind of perceived. It's somewhat made up of property taxes, local taxes, all the different things, and state aid. The more property taxes you get, the less state aid, and it kind of is a balancing act until you get to the point where your property taxes exceed what your LCFF calculation is, and then it tips you slightly out of basic aid depending on where you are on the scale. So the threshold also moves with funded ADA. It's based on COLA, and of course, there's TK transportation, student population, and demographics all play into how to calculate your local control funding formula. And then property tax growth that exceeds state aid is what really makes the district become basic aid. When you have a declining enrollment and an increase in property taxes, that's also kind of what triggers it. So we had a couple of districts in the county way back right before the pandemic that were just got to become basic aid. And then the state came out with what they called the mega colas. Those mega colas greatly increased what their LCFF calc would be and brought them way up, and the property taxes could not increase at the same rate. So it skewed it back the other way. So nearing the edge of this assumption change is where you kind of flip back and forth, and it's kind of a teetering thing because once you become basic aid, other funding becomes unavailable to you. So it's that kind of back and forth that we look at. So state funding continues to be volatile, as we know. There's just so much going on with it, and it's kind of a hard to keep up with as I like to say, the bouncing ball of that is the state aid. So, you relies heavily on the top earners as a portion for the annual budget. And as we've seen, a lot of the top earners have been leaving California. So that is directly impacting some of the state revenues. And then the COLA, of course, can vary year to year. So state COLA is calculated on about 6 different funding components that go into the calculation. And the last of them is usually not known until April of the year before. So this April is when we are determining the 26-27. So we still don't even have that COLA set in stone yet. So it is a very volatile, different amounts of number. And I will show you in a minute kind of how volatile COLA can even be. And so basic aid districts are more dependent on the property tax growth and the assessed value that comes out as opposed to the COLA. Although the COLA is important in some areas, it's mostly the property tax that has a bigger impact. Yes. Yeah, she said she would hit me when she wanted to talk.
Not with the cane, I promise. And one thing that we may have mentioned this last time as well, property taxes tend to be a more stable revenue source rather than the state. As we know, the state is very volatile, as Becky mentioned. So over time, that revenue source it grows consistently. The last 8 to 10 years has not really been the case. Property taxes were growing huge amounts and then backed off and started only growing 1.8, 2.2%, and in a much slower rate. Some of that is likely due to the increases in mortgage rates, where people just aren't selling and buying like they were. Some of the factors are hard to know. 2 or 3 years ago, the district did have a very large jump, and then the following year, it was back down to 2.2%. This year, the estimate is about 7.8%, but we will not know that until the end of the year. The very end of the fiscal year, we'll know exactly what the district is expected to get.
And as Gina was saying, there's a lot of volatility within property taxes because, again, it's also at the whim of environmental. So when the CZU fires hit, that obviously directly affected property taxes. So the district will also receive the minimum state COLA amount, and I believe we went over this last year. I know Allison's talked a little bit about it. There's a minimum amount that was when we switched over from revenue limit into LCFF, this minimum amount of state aid kind of stayed with the district. That amount does not get COLA. That does not change year over year. That was set back in 12-13 and has pretty much stayed. It's
And you'll see, what basic aid means is you're still gonna get state aid. In the old days, it meant you got no state aid, but so you're kind of in that gray area where you have to get. You're getting a little bit of money to hit that 1.4, but you're not quite all the way where you're not getting any other state aid. So it's that kind of in between step for you guys right now. You're going to get there eventually, but it may take another year or two, we don't know.
Or 10. I mean, it just depends on
That's
this,
true.
again, so many factors go into the calculation for LCFF as well as property taxes. And it's just sometimes hard to predict. So what I wanted to talk about a little bit was the state COLA. As I mentioned, there's like 6 different components that go into it. And I wanted to kind of point out the one that I had kind of highlighted. It shows the extreme changes of how the state calculates their COLA over time. So going way back to the 23-24 January proposed budget, when 24-25 was the following year, we were actually projecting that we would get a 3.54% COLA. A little bit more information came out. We got to the May revise. It went up to 3.94. That stayed there through the enacted budget for 23-24. Then all of a sudden we get to January. So we're talking basically from July 1st of 24 to January of 25, and it dropped down to 0.76. So just in a few short months, we're going to have that kind of volatility with it. So it is really sometimes hard to predict where the numbers are going to land. And then it finally landed at 1.07. So hard to rely on numbers this early in the game. Yes, ma'am.
And then would you speak to, a school district doesn't necessarily get the entire COLA, even if that's the COLA,
Correct.
right? Because that's based on it's based on attendance.
It's based on funded ADA. So you have your enrollment, which are we call the butts and seats. That's the kids that are actually signed up. And then the ADA is how often they attend. And so what we have funded ADA is it's either based on current year, prior year, or a 3 prior year average. And so that was only rolled out 5 years ago, I believe, for the 3 prior year average. So it gives districts a little bit more time to make some changes, because if you have a huge drop in ADA, you're not necessarily seeing it the next year. And so yes, the funded ADA is what will go in and calculate how much revenue is coming in. And if you have your ADA dropping, even though the state might be giving you, say, a 3% COLA, with the loss in funded ADA, your recognized revenue might actually be going down to a -2%. It might be even less than that, what you're actually getting in revenue for that next year, because you're losing students at a faster rate than the COLA is increasing.
Right, so the revenue is calculated. The first step would be your grade span adjustment numbers. The per ADA amount is calculated on the COLA, but then the ADA is less than it was the prior year. So yes, you're getting less money, even though you technically got a funded COLA, it was on fewer ADA.
So that's compared to multiple years, but
yes,
yeah, that's what you mean by less money than the COLA.
Exactly. The
You're
COLA
losing the COLA is what, or the.
Well, some people call it effective. Thank you. You could tell I was like, yeah, an effective COLA. Some people will actually look at that in that manner, like this is the COLA. With our decline in enrollment, this is the amount of money we actually got in addition, which translates to this COLA. And some people even look at what's our cost of step and column, which we have to do. Let's factor that into the COLA. And depending on what they do, they look at it different ways. So, but you can see, as Becky pointed out, the projection to the actual COLA amounts vary greatly. A lot of that has to do with the April receipts for income tax. So in January, there's a projection by the state, and then in April, those dollars don't materialize for whatever reason, capital gains, whatever, and then they have to drop the COLA.
So again, the district becomes a little bit more dependent on local assessed valuation for the property tax collection. And that usually comes out, I'm trying to remember, August, September, the assessed valuation type of thing. And that will kind of tell you the assessed values. It's not a one-to-one. We've tried to do some type of back of the napkin. How can we get to this number? But we can see some ratios. You can kind of get an idea. The state or the county will also come out with what they believe the property tax growth will be over the county. And it has been at about 4% for the last 4 or 5 years. That is the county as in a whole, its entirety. You can have one district getting an 11% and one district getting a 0.5. So it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody will get the 4%. And so revenue is not finalized, as Jean said, until June 30th. And then the impacts of the potential reassessments may not be realized right away. So again, the CZU fires, I know that there was a lot of assurance that some of those were not going to be reassessed if they were rebuilt. And I know that there is actually, I was just told of one earlier today that was reassessed and now is back in appeal. So that you could just still see some volatility with that.
And that's an important thing. I know we discussed that last time. That, I mean, districts that are LCFF funded, depending on whether they're declining enrollment or not and how severe that enrollment decline is, they typically don't know what their current year revenue is going to be until the second period P2 ADA is completed, which is around right now. So most districts are now figuring out, okay, April 15th-ish when I have that data, now I can do that calculation. Am I based on last year? Am I based on the last 3 years? Am I based on current year? What's my funding going to be? Basic aid districts don't get that information until June 30th. Occasionally, there's some adjustments July 1st or July 2nd, but the county treasury pretty much closes that down right at the end of the fiscal year. So it's the year is over when you know what your actual revenue is, and that's a stressful place to be.
Yeah. And so we also want to just kind of point out is enrollment in ADA still matters. Even if you are basic aid, there are several other buckets of money or funding sources that are based on enrollment in ADA. So lottery, ELOP, there's something, so you just still want to make sure that you are focusing on an ADA and enrollment where it counts, because it's still going to matter for other funding sources. And then of course, increases in ADA may not actually generate more LCFF funding because you are already getting a little bit more than what the LCFF would say you're entitled to. So if you become a little bit too deep into basic aid, meaning just across that threshold, if you get a few more students, it's not going to matter. So you still have to pay for those students, but you won't get any more money to pay for those students.
And this still comes as kind of a crashing shock sometimes. We had one of our small districts grow significantly, had to hire a teacher, and for the additional students that came in, they weren't getting an additional dollar, nothing, because they still were they were still basic aid. They did not grow into LCFF funding, and it can be significant. There can be facilities issues, all types of issues, and yet that is what the districts will have to deal with. Basic aid districts.
So as you know, as we've been saying, it becomes more difficult to kind of anticipate your revenues because you just don't have as much insight into it. You'll need to go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in on this one. The impacts of teetering in and out, it's virtually impossible to really project. And I was thinking earlier today about an example to give you. We talked about this last time. So property taxes come in about 12 different buckets, 12 to 14 different buckets. One of those buckets is ERAF, which basic aid districts do not get. And you guys are not being given that money in anticipation of possibly you're gonna be basic aid. It doesn't matter that you don't get that if you're not basic aid, because the state will backfill and you will be whole. You will get that LCFF entitlement. So the other bucket of money that basic aid districts are not entitled to is called supplemental taxes. Your amount of supplemental taxes is about $400,000. Now, again, basic aid districts will get that money the first year they're basic aid, but not after. So it's a little bit of 2 steps forward and 1 step back. So you're going to have the year you become basic aid, that $400K will be in your coffers, and the following year it will not be. You will get an increase in property tax revenues, how much will depend on how well things are going, but you'll be backed off the supplemental. Now here's where it gets difficult. The property tax report, the final property tax report, is sent to the state on August 15th. The state determines in July or early August who is basic aid for that coming fiscal year, and they base it on the data they have up to that point. So if you think about it, we tell the state on August 15th how much property taxes you guys are getting. ADA reports have already gone in. They do all their calculations and they recalculate annual the following February. Okay, so that's when they know were you basic aid or not. And then they release the letter in July. So they are always about a year behind. So if you don't go basic aid this year, but you were to go basic aid next year, the state wouldn't figure that out till the year after. If you bounced back out, they wouldn't figure that out till the year after. If you bounce back in, again, it's a year behind. So there could be times when you're back to we bounced out and now you bounce back in, you should be getting supplemental taxes. You're only going to get that money if that letter in that July said you are entitled to it. And that's how it's worked for decades. And they don't go back and true it up. They don't go back and say, oh, this one was, it just isn't the way it works.
Yeah, she's tried asking.
I have. No, we got them to do it once. Honestly, it was 20 years ago or more, and they said they would never do it again. And then we did ask again because it happened to another one of our districts, and they were like, don't ever ask again. So, and that was so long ago, I don't think he was even there that was aware that was even done. But that's the tricky part in my mind, because that loss of supplemental revenue, it's a huge amount of money for a district of your size. So basic aid, becoming basic aid is a great thing because you are getting more money per ADA than LCFF funded districts, even if it's a little tiny bit more at first, and then you get a little more, but then you get a little less. And that's kind of hard to swallow sometimes.
Yeah. And it's hard to adjust because you are trying to make some of these decisions without knowing what your true revenue is. And that's why it comes to the last bullet is monitoring cash flow. And monitoring cash flow is something that I'm going to be talking a lot about in the letters and whatever conversations. Allison is very aware of me constantly saying monitor cash flow, because when you become basic aid, you're getting a lot of your money twice a year. So you're still getting a little bit every single month. So it's basically how you are currently already getting paid. There's not a lot changing because you are already so close to being basic aid. She'll still be getting a little bit every month, but the big amounts are going to be coming in April and December. So what you have to remember is that the amount you get in December has to last you to April. The amount you get into April has to last you to December. So it's that type of monitoring your cash, and making sure that it can last. And that's why we always say cash flow is essential, and having a slightly higher reserve balance than the state required minimum is very, very essential and allows you to make some decisions with a little bit more ease.
Even some districts that are LCFF funded and not basic aid struggle. November and March tend to be cash poor months, and they have to sometimes do interfund borrowing. Basic aid districts have to do it sometimes as early as October, and not just don't ever.
Yeah. And so grateful for Allison because she did there's 3 resolutions that we really encourage boards to do every year. The interfund borrowing is one of them, and that allows you to borrow within yourself. So you've got a little bit of money in another fund, you can slightly loan it to a fund until cash flow comes in. What happens is a lot of times you get a grant for something and they'll say, here's this money, $10,000, go spend it, go do it. We'll pay you in 2 months. We'll pay you in 6 months, but you've done it, you've spent it, you don't have the money. So that's where we're talking about cash flow. And so then it can come into, that's why we're always talking about having a higher level of reserve with this too. So we just want to make sure that you have an adequate reserve to be able to make thoughtful, planned decisions and not being kind of forced into a decision.
And are you telling us the percentage amount of reserve?
So there is
recommending something?
Well, I will tell you what FCMAT recommends, which is the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, as well as CSBA. They recommend somewhere between 17% and 23%. They say anything above 23%, you're not spending today's dollars on today's kids. But having that little bit of a fluctuation or a little bit of a leeway, you have to remember that the 3% minimum is roughly about 2 weeks of payroll. So if you were going to say, I'm going to look for a new job, I need to be, I have to look for a job, so I'm going to probably be employed for a few months. Having 2 weeks of savings to find that new job is not going to get you very far. You want to have 2, maybe 3 months of savings. So that 17% will get you that thoughtful decision-making process. Because you have to also remember that, doing some larger term or long-term planning and adjustments take time. And if you don't have the savings, it's going to be you're going to be forced to make some decisions you don't want to make because it's just an easier cash savings at the time. So what I was starting to say is not only do you have the interfund borrowing, the other 2 options is the county schools pool. And we will go over that. That's actually in another slide. Yeah. So we will get to some of those. And then there's the borrowing from the CUE, and that's a different time period. And then there's a final one that we can talk about. But we just want to make sure that you are looking at your level of reserves to your cash needs as well as to your planning needs.
And that is super important, like prior to every time payroll posts, prior to every time accounts payable posts, you know, Allison's on top of that as far as looking at cash. You have to make sure that you have it. It's a much bigger issue now for you guys as you are approaching basic aid, and has been probably this whole past year, but it will continue to become even a more intense and urgent issue.
So again, just some of the things to think. Yeah.
I want to ask a question about cash flow that I think is, maybe it's a very basic question, but I think it would be helpful to articulate. So if we're in LCFF and we're getting a certain amount every month, and that meets our payroll needs and it meets our expenses, and then we move to basic aid and we're getting more overall for the year, where exactly is the risk that we're then going to run out of money before the next payment?
Because you will get a little bit less monthly and a little bit more in April and December. So if you have a large, I don't know, if a large accounts payable payment that's due, whether it's some capital outlay that was purchased, or I'm not sure if there's any certain month of the year that payroll might be higher than another month. That could cause a cash flow issue, because even though the amounts are gonna be small because you're so close now, it is gonna drop that monthly amount. That 1.4 million, you're getting probably more than that, or actually maybe not quite more.
But we're going to get a big chunk in April, right?
Well, you already are.
Yeah.
You already are getting that big chunk in April, and you already are getting that big chunk in December.
It's gonna be a little bit bigger as your monthly gets a little bit smaller. So you're making an excellent point. It might not be as bad. It might not be that bad because you are still getting that 1.4 million over the course of the year. But basic aid districts tends to have more problems with cash flow. So yes, it could just be small things. It could be this particular accounts payable. You can't make that big payment on something that was purchased. You have to wait 2 weeks for it. It may not be an issue for 2 or 3 more years. It's going to depend. Yeah. Does that make sense? Your question is an excellent question.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Well, even
Can
like
you go?
federal funding, we don't receive it.
You mind, Allison? Do you mind speaking up a little bit? I think it's hard to hear. Yeah.
Well, even like
Federal funding you're talking about?
federal funding and Fund One, we don't receive that right away. So oftentimes we need to spend those funds, and we'll receive those funds after, because say if it's tied to payroll or something like that, and we'll receive those funds, months later, what have you, or like you mentioned, grants too.
Right.
We'll know how much we're going to receive for a grant per se or something, or one-time funding, but we don't always receive that right away. So if we do use that funding, then that would create.
That's why the cash is, so important. You're absolutely right.
Were you able to hear what Allison was saying?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, so it does depend on the other sources of revenue, and those may increase or decrease. Local revenue, donations, all kinds of stuff, sure. So that's great that you haven't had significant issues up to this point. That's excellent.
And we're not saying that, this is not going to be kind of an overnight change, because you are kind of that so close to basic aid, and you have been for a year or two, that there really isn't going to be a big change that you're going to see, because it's just going to be that you're getting $5 less a month and $20 more in April and December. It's just a slight difference. I'm making up numbers,
right?
But
it'll be gradual.
It'll be gradual. Yeah.
As you get deeper into basic aid, those dollars will become
a little bit more pronounced.
Yes, it'll be potentially more of an issue.
Can you take us back to the timeline? So you were saying that the property tax information goes to the state on August 15th of a given year, say 2025, right?
Yes.
And then it's not until July of 2026 that the state then issues its letters saying you're in basic aid. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, but it's based on the opposite year. So the August of 25 is going to be based on the 24-25 year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the letter, so they're going to get that, but that's going to be based on the 25-26 information that they will have gotten all year. And then that's when they're going to be basing that July letter for the following year.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I hope we're not confusing you more, but what you said is correct, except, yes, it's.
So then,
it's a
okay, so
year
let's say,
behind. Yeah.
so July 2026, we get a letter that says, oh, for 24-25, you were actually basic aid.
No, it will say for the current fiscal year. If you get it in July of 2026, it'll say in 26-27,
Okay.
you are basic aid.
Okay, so then
Or
it
you're not.
says 26-27, you're now basic aid. What looks different for us in August?
You will no longer get supplemental taxes in 26-27 if that letter says you are basic aid. So
Okay.
if you were in fact basic aid the prior year and you got supplemental taxes, now you're going to lose that roughly 400K in revenue in 26-27 because you've been identified as basic aid, and basic aid districts are not entitled to supplemental taxes.
Okay. And our August LCFF will go down, right? Our monthly, whatever we get in August will go down, but it won't be zero.
Well, your LCF, you'll still get that 1.4 million annually, so whatever apportionment schedule you're on, you will continue to get that minimum, that dollar amount only.
Okay. And then December, we get a bigger payment.
Property taxes, yes, you get about 45 or 50% of the annual allotment.
Okay. So we don't have a stretch where, oh my gosh, now we're in basic aid and we have no money coming in until December.
No, you will get the principal apportionment of the, whatever portion of that 1.4 million, plus you'll get whatever revenue is coming in for lottery, grants, and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So some of that stuff comes quarterly, some of it comes monthly, some of it's a one-time thing a year.
Do you mind clarifying on the supplemental taxes? I thought I had heard that the first year you're in basic aid, you do still get that 400K.
Right, before the state catches up that you're
Right.
in basic aid.
You get that because they don't know you're in basic
So
aid,
once they
yes.
know you're in basic aid and you get the letter,
then you're done.
that's it. Okay.
Right, and that's based on revenue and tax code. It's not a
Okay.
net code. So the
So
county
before-
treasury,
Yeah.
the county treasury determines who gets which property taxes. So once they receive that letter, it's posted on the CDE website, then we know who they think is basic aid and who they don't. It's an issue for those mainly that are teetering in and out.
Any other
And,
questions?
and you said towards the beginning of the presentation, like from what you've seen, we're not there yet. Like, we're hypothetically
very,
talking
very
about
close.
getting a letter in July, but
Yeah.
reading the tea leaves, like
Yeah.
that's not where we are.
I
We're
know.
right.
I'm
You
thinking it's gonna be not this year, but the
maybe
following
next year.
okay.
Because it will take them, yes. it will
Again,
take them-
depending on what the state COLA comes in at, your property tax
Exactly.
comes in at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, your enrollment
ADAs,
comes in at, yeah, all of that.
Yeah, property taxes, COLA, ADA are the three most important ones.
Right.
And so if you do grow, property taxes grow you beyond your LCFF entitlement, then yes, you will be, a year later, the state will say, okay, your basic aid, you lose the supplemental funding, and then you might bounce back in, yeah.
Got it. Just because we're talking a lot about July, and I'm like, oh, let's just,
Yeah.
again, we're just hypothetical. Okay.
Absolutely, and it will change every time you do an interim, potentially, the projection can change every time we get, the May revise could change it. You know, the enacted budget could change it, every time we get more information on COLA, ADA, or property tax revenues.
I had another question about
Yeah.
reserve amounts, because I heard that ThickMat and CSBA recommend 17 to 23, which is like an astounding number.
I'm sure
that's
it's shocking.
a shocking and
Yeah.
feels impossible.
Sure, I'm sure it does.
Where would we find data to look at other similarly sized basic aid districts, like just to kind of see what do they actually have in reserve, for our own knowledge?
But School Services of California does put out it's more of an overall
Yeah.
average that it'll say for districts per ADA size, and then it also does it for unified districts, for elementary only, for high school only. So I'm sure Allison can get some of that information. If not, I can certainly get it.
Thank you.
I don't think there's a way to find out like about individual districts, but the averages that she's talking about is absolutely available on School Services of California, their website. They process that at least once a year, if not more.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't think it's available on a statewide basis by district, unfortunately.
I don't think it is, no.
Sorry, there's something. No, when something sounds so
Yeah.
wild,
And I'm not
I'd
saying
like
you
to
have
know
get
more
tomorrow,
about.
but
Yeah.
Something just to kind of keep in mind.
Okay.
And we understand that. It does sound, wow, who could do that?
Yeah.
But you'd be shocked. The averages tend to be in the 20s. It is quite surprising.
Mhm.
And I'm sorry, kind of off of what Ariel was saying. So if we did tip into basic aid in that year, you just said 27, 28. And it sounds like there's these buffers because you're brand new basic aid, so they give us those supplemental taxes and then you kind of carry through, it sounds like part of the school year, you get when do you really hit a crisis point if, for example, you don't have that much in reserve?
And you're talking about from a cash flow point of view, or?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, that's gonna depend, every district's gonna be different, it's gonna depend really on when your large outflows are, so obviously payroll, but March is a cash poor month, June tends to be a cash poor month, November tends to be a cash poor month, just because of standard revenues that come in. So it really depends.
And then there's these safety nets, like we were talking about, the inter-fund
Yes,
borrowing
right, yes.
that. So then can those things kind of carry a district until they
Those
get to
will
their
help,
next
yeah, and I
tax?
think that the next slide, so just wanted to kind of point out a few of the things that are also impactful with regards to cash flow, which is all of the changes in step and column, Persil stirs, we know that, insurances, special education.
Yeah.
All of those are just gonna be very, very impactful. So, but I think it's like 2 more slides, we'll get to a couple of the other cash flow options or cash flow assistance options. So as we've been saying, you know, it's kind of basically talked about all of this already, so. You know, cash flows, or the cash is really concentrated December and April. You've got some operating months that you just have to figure out what your baseline is costing you, you know, so I think for you guys, it's roughly about $2 million that you're running each month. During the school year, your summer months are a little bit lighter. So you just have to kind of know that that's what you're targeting each month, that you want to make sure you have this. So Allison has to keep doing with the rolling cash flow statements, making sure that they have money and that there's always kind of planning a couple of months out, just to make sure, because you know, I don't want to go to like the total worst case scenario, but if you do have to go to the state, say you do like actually lose enough money that you need a state loan, that takes like a year in advance. You have to get legislative action to grant you the state loan. So that's not something that it's just like, hey, we're running out of money next week, can we get some money? I will say one thing, if you're gonna plan for it, do it around this time and they can throw it in the trailer bill language.
Oh, jeez.
And that's what they did for Plumas. They had to throw it in the trailer bill language in order to get them an emergency state loan. But in order to get that, you know, then you have to have people actually talking before Congress, explaining why the district had issues. It's not a fun experience. I don't recommend it to anyone.
No.
And so,
But that last bullet,
oh, yes.
that's really important that a lot of people just don't understand. The district can appear solvent from a budget point of view. We always talk about budget, right? But it's the cash flow that really causes problems behind the scene, like Becky said. That's when you run out of cash, that's when everything happens. So receivables and payables are not timed at the same time. As you know, talk to anybody that owns a small business, we all know that. So that's the part that's a little scary and it becomes the bigger problem once you get into basic aid, like we talked about earlier. Not so much right now. You guys have been handling it and that's great. But any kind of shift in the revenue coming in or the expenditures going out can change that.
Okay, so here's the cash flow options borrowing. So interfund, we already talked about the county schools pool. So what that basically is all of the schools in the county belong to the same county treasurer. And if you pass a resolution and share it with us, we share it in turn with the county treasurer, and they take it to the board of supervisors. And the board of supervisors passes a resolution that says all of the schools can get into together and borrow from each other should the need arise. What it means is all of your other funds, aside from Fund 1, have to stay positive, but your Fund 1 can go negative until you get your next property tax. So as soon as your property tax comes in, you pay back your own fund, your Fund 1, and you pay negative interest to the other districts that loaned you that money. It's all done at the county, nothing you have to worry about. Doesn't happen often. It's happened 2 or 3 times in my time here. So we will see and we go, okay, we know. One of the things that we haven't mentioned is Santa Cruz County is something that's called a teeter county. What that means is that they have passed a resolution 20, 30 years ago that says the secured taxes will be paid out to the school districts upon invoicing, not receipt. So it's going to be based on invoicing, what they've invoiced the entire county, that they will guarantee and send out. The upside of that is you are guaranteed the money in April and December. The downside is all interest and penalties for late payments go to the county. Don't go to the districts. So it is a very positive thing for districts to survive cash flow.
And that's the secured piece, which is the biggest component of those 14 components. One thing I want to say, the county treasury schools pool can only be utilized up until the last Monday in April, according to the California Constitution. After that point, every fund has to stay positive, and that's when the next item comes.
And that's where the next, yeah. So then we come to that's where the Santa Cruz County Office of Education has passed a resolution that we will allow up to $5 million in loans to schools. So it's kind of a first come, first served basis. You would come in and say, we can't make payroll, whatever it is, we need to borrow. And it's again, as Jean said, the last Monday in April through June 30th. And it's just a little bit of money. We have to do it all officially. Here's your loan, here's your interest, all that kind of stuff. I will say I've been at the county treasury or county treasury. Give myself a new job here. I've been at the county office of education for 13 years and we have done one loan one time and it was to SoCal. So just something to keep in mind. And it was probably 13 years ago.
Yeah, I remember Harley was here. It was the CDO. I think it was $600,000. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
was
see, I was remembering 80,000. So it wasn't that much money.
maybe that was the top amount that they were authorized to
Yeah.
borrow, but yeah, I remember Harley was here. Okay, yes, but so it's rare.
It's very, very rare.
You might not.
And then the last option is something called a tax and revenue anticipation note. Again, this is not an overnight thing. This is a 6 to 9 month, but it's basically getting what it basically says. You are borrowing against your future revenues. You know, you're going to get some revenues in. This was really popular a few years ago during the pandemic when we had deferrals. We know we were going to get some money in July, August, September, but we needed it to survive that year. Now, as it happened, we did have 2 districts in the county that went out and got these trans. The feds and state just started flooding us with all this extra money early on and nobody needed it for cash flow. They said, oh, we have all these great grants. We're going to actually pre-fund you. Here is all this money. So nobody needed it, but we did not know that was coming. All we knew is we had deferrals. My understanding is that the state has now changed the wording of their deferrals. Last year they had a deferral and they realized they really didn't need it, but it was too bad. It was in statute. They had to do it. This time they've rewritten it as should it be needed, they will do a deferral. Because it's just a lot of extra work at the state level, at the local level to have to do this deferral, especially when the state has the money. So they ended up having to do it last year. We're hoping that it may not be needed going forward, but they do keep writing deferrals into the budget each year. So June, for any state money you might get, might be slightly delayed.
One thing I was going to say about a trans, they're very expensive. So
Yes.
another reason people tend not to do them.
And when we talk about amount, what's the limit of how much you kind of reasonably borrow where they say, okay, yeah, that's reasonable versus like, whoa, you're about to.
Well, so for
Calling
the
the
tran,
state.
you have to be able to say that you can pay it back and
Not the Tran, the other ones are sound better.
the other ones.
Yeah. We don't want the expensive option.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Forget that one.
Yeah, the other ones.
The interfund is just gonna be basically on cash flow needs, and so I'm more thinking that's like if you have a food service and you're not getting paid by the federal government for the food. That could be 10,000, 20,000, and you can do they're called what we call short-term loans. So you can just borrow a couple of, say a $10,000 here, and then you get paid, you pay it back. And so the interesting thing for short-term loans is if you borrow it before March 2nd of the current fiscal year, you have to pay it back in the current fiscal year to whatever fund you borrowed it from. If you borrow it after March 2nd, you can pay it back in the following fiscal year.
There are restrictions on how much you can borrow from each fund. You can't
Yes.
borrow more than 75% of the proceeds in each fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you have to prove you can pay it back.
And you have to,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yes, so, and your auditors may caution you on it. It's like for example, if you say borrow 50,000 and you just kept rolling it year to year and you're like, we paid it back and borrowed it again. We paid it back and borrowed it again. That's not the ability to pay it back. That's, yeah.
And about the county treasury schools pool, about how much you can borrow, you have to do a cash flow projection to show your needs. Let's say you needed 800K, you could ask for $1 million, just to have a cap in case things went south on you. So there's flexibility there.
Because what they do is the county of Santa Cruz goes out and gets a trans. So they go and do all of the borrowing, so that way we can borrow from each other and we have the cash available. And it's obviously not just us, it's all of the other city municipalities that they hold the cash for.
Fire, police, all
Fire,
water,
yeah.
water districts.
And so I believe their tran was something like 50 million that they did in order to support the cash needs of the entire county.
schools have about 50%, give or take,
Yeah.
of all the cash at the county treasury in it. 40 to 50.
And going back to the interfund borrowing, that's borrowing within our own funds, like from restricted, like transferring something from restricted to unrestricted, or what are
No,
the?
that's from borrowing from Fund 12 to Fund 1, or from 1 to Fund 13. That's from the cafeteria fund to your general fund.
Yeah, capital facilities funds. It's anything outside the general fund.
Okay.
But
that,
it's not restricted. It's enterprise funds, right?
They're not all enterprise fund. I don't know if your cafeteria fund is an enterprise fund. I don't think it is, but I mean, you could borrow from it depending on how much the receipts were projected to receive. If you weren't going to take more than 75%, yeah, you could borrow. Now, bond funds generally no, you don't borrow against
Yeah.
unless it's written into your bond language.
the ultimate question I was getting at is that's not a big bucket of money, right? Like it's good that we're doing that. We're doing the resolution to do that. It's a good thing to do, but it's not a big bucket of money. It's if we come to some real cash flow issues, it's going to be the second or the third options that we would need to look at.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, but it also goes both ways. What you want to remember is that your other funds could need a loan.
That's true too, yeah.
So, you're also looking at that. If your child nutrition fund is not getting paid in time, they could use a short-term loan. So this interfund borrowing goes both ways.
Okay.
Capital facilities is Fund 25 is typically a fund that districts do borrow from because RDA funds come in there. I don't know if you know off the top of your head. I don't know what your balance is off the top of my head, but you might have $1 million there. I don't know, 600.
In capital facilities, a little over 2 million.
Oh, 2 million. Okay, so that would be a good fund to borrow from, but you do have to pay it back with interest.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I know we had an audience question. We're going to do the presentation and the board questions, and there will be a public comment and question opportunity. Yeah.
So yeah, we're nearly done. So just a few more things that you want to just keep thinking about, budget conservatively, avoid using some temporary revenues for like ongoing costs. Ron Bennett, I know most of you probably don't know him, but he was very famous for saying, don't use one-time dollars on things that eat, so it's just kind of a good rule of thumb to live by. Monitor your taxes, enrollment, make sure that you're checking your reserves, and then of course, revisit your staffing and facilities. If enrollment starts to decline, you're going to start to see some of these signs early. So then continually update your LCFF and look at your basic aid scenarios at each interim, find out kind of where the tipping point is. And I know Allison's been doing that. She and I have been in constant communication about that, kind of where she's falling and where the district is with the revenue projections from what she's received through December already. And then, of course, review your district targeted revenue, your minimum cash needs, as we've been talking about, maintaining the cash flow, which Allison turns in with each interim period. But it's a constant good idea to be on the cash website every day for the county treasury, just looking at your balances, not only in your general fund, but in all of the funds, just kind of keeping a running tally.
And doing the 2-year cash flow.
Yeah, and doing the 2-year cash flow. And then monitor the cash, as Jean said, prior to any of the accounts payable and payroll processing, so you kind of know where you look at. So that is it for us. Are there any other questions?
Mine came out.
I was gonna say, yeah, thanks for letting us interject while it was
Yeah.
fresh in our mind. It's been really helpful to learn more. I mean, I think most of the questions are the things that are not, we can't predict with great accuracy what this is going to mean and what we're going to need, but it's helpful and we're learning more. Ted and Ariel, do you have any more questions?
I'm wondering, is it possible to do, so we have a multi-year plan and it's based on information that we have right now. Do school districts ever put together, okay, what would this upcoming year look like if we were basic aid? Is that something that's possible to do, to kind of look at numbers and understand what each month might look like? Or are the assumptions just to,
I think you're already doing that. I think that's the big misnomer here, is that it's already happening because not much will change. It's literally just kind of you've earned this a little bit extra dollar and now you're basic aid. But what the current payout schedule is will continue to happen. There's no other change. It's not like you become basic aid and you magically get a different payment schedule. You are already there. And so there really is. So when Allison's running her LCFF calculations, she's already looking at how close to basic aid are we. That's all the balancing is.
And I know declining enrollment is of course a big factor. So if you guys are looking at where might that decline happen, in what grade spans, that could help you with the staffing questions for the fall. Although, I know you don't know really until you see the kids on the first day of school, how many kids you're really gonna get. But yeah, if you're trying to do some enrollment projections, that could let you know, you could do some what if scenarios there, sure.
Okay. And then I did have one other question. Oh, on one of your earlier slides, there are some components of funding, even if we're in basic aid, that are affected by enrollment and ADA. Can you talk a little bit more about that and sort of the magnitude of those and how much, like how much could things swing one way or another if in terms of enrollment declining, that those pieces could decline?
Yeah, so we've got, EPA, lottery, ELOP, special education, there's a lot of different fundings that are dependent on.
Yeah, it's hard to know off the top of our heads though right now, like I don't know what your lottery revenue is right now. And so but yeah, like the Education Protection Act, EPA, those dollars are part of your LCFF funding. Once you grow out of basic aid, those dollars actually will be additional. Something I hadn't thought of mention to you. So that's going to be super helpful. But lottery isn't a huge amount of money. I can't think off the top of my head how much, like 200,000 or something. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not a significant amount, but again, just something to keep in mind that you do still get impacted based on ADA and others.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is like the change in ADA wouldn't be a huge impact, to what you're getting. Yes, unless you significantly dropped.
Okay.
So basically, basic aid is not the golden goose that everybody expects, right?
Not initially.
No,
not initially.
Yeah.
You can get there if your property taxes continue to grow year over year and become stable as they were some years back. And they haven't been, these last few years, they've been very low, but prior to that, the increases were very high and they were very stable. Some districts teeter in and out for years, Happy Valley's like that. Other districts continue to grow and become very, very, very basic aid. And then that's when you see, the real benefit of it. Districts like Los Gatos, Saratoga, and
Atherton. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to get to the Atherton level anytime in your in my lifetime.
But it will get, I shouldn't say
But
will,
isn't that the student ratio compared to the basic aid, right? Atherton was their population, their enrollment, and then the property tax, right? Isn't like low, high?
Well, I'm not sure I understand your question, but yeah,
I'm sorry. So enrollment is let's say it's very low, but then the basic aid, the property taxes are high, right?
Sure, they grow by a lot every year, 10%, 15%, I don't know.
But yeah, Atherton is just a very affluent community, so their property taxes are already at a much higher, their property values, the assessed value is at a much higher basis, which is why.
A couple of years ago, your increase was 2.2%. If you continue to grow by 2.2% every year, it's going to be a very slow growth, especially if state COLAs are comparable to that.
Right.
But what about the enrollment? Does that grow too?
Now, if the enrollment grows with the state COLAs, then you might be on the cusp of basic aid for many, many years. If your enrollment declines and state COLAs are low and your property taxes recover and you start seeing those big increases that you had 8 to 10 years ago that were in the 10, 11, 12%, then you could, it's those year over year increases, those compounded increases that will grow you to the high level of basic aid where you do see those per kid amounts that are, wow, yes, that's what you're calling, what is it, the silver bullet? Yeah, so you may get there, you may teeter in and out for many, many years.
Right, okay.
I know it's not really the right answer, but yeah.
Well, I think that's the theme of it all,
Yeah.
right? It's, there's a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, it'll take a few years to see exactly where you guys are gonna end up.
Yeah.
And hopefully it'll be a positive fiscal outcome, yeah.
Do you think there are elements of this though that have been a little bit reassuring? Because I think that we had an impression that, you know, we become basic aid and like money stops and we have to wait for the property tax payment in 6 months.
Oh.
And so this
Yeah.
feels less kind of like sudden drop off. It's, you know, it's going to be a more subtle change, perhaps.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
typically you get those year-over-year property tax increases and it tends to be more stable than certainly the state COLA. So it is typically a positive thing. And there's not a lot of other volatility happening, like Becky mentioned, the CZU fires threw all kinds of monkey wrenches into revenues for districts. And the basic aid districts took some big hits.
All right. If we don't have any more questions or comments from the board, I'd like to see if we have any questions or comments from the public for the folks here in the room.
You had a question?
Yeah.
You had a question for us?
Yeah, I have a question. When the school borrow money, like you said, do they pay interest then, or when is only when they ask for a loan?
When they actually borrow the cash, from that point till they pay it back, they do pay interest, but it's just the interest. If they're borrowing from the county treasury, it's just the county treasury interest. They're not paying a high, it's not like a private loan. So yes, it's a very low interest rate.
Okay, so you mentioned it, so Kilbaro, I know, had a loan years ago.
Mhm.
How did that affect when they paid the loan, they had to pay the interest, right? So affect the following year or the following years?
No.
No, it was a very minor amount.
Yeah,
Oh,
and when they paid it back, I think it was before June 30th, so it affected that current year. But the interest rates were so small, it wasn't a lot of money.
The county interest rate right now is under 4%.
It's very small.
Yeah, it's very small.
Okay, that was my guess.
It's a good question. It's a short amount of time too, right?
Yeah,
So
it's a very short. You're just looking for a little stopgap to get you to the next one.
I have a couple of questions. One, can you send this slideshow?
It's in the board packet.
It's oh, it is, okay. Next, if you know exactly how close we are, or does anyone know exactly? Because like a month ago when we did a budget, like, they didn't seem to know. Like a lot of these questions were unanswered.
I'll let Allison field that question because she's been doing the LCFF calculations.
Yeah, even we met with Jean too, and it's hard to predict, and because it's so volatile that, I mean, if enrollment goes down and our property taxes go up, we're gonna get there sooner. But if enrollment goes up and property taxes go down or stay steady.
Is it like million, 500,000, 3 million? I mean, like ballpark.
Probably under 500,000. I mean, I would think.
Yeah,
I don't know, just
last
off
week,
the top of
like,
my
but
head.
but that was at that given time.
Yeah.
So at, you know, it could change by the time, you know, we do the next LCF calculator and then going into next year too.
And then my next question would be for you guys, is like, they decided to stop transfers in, right? And is that a smart thing to do if we're not really there yet?
That's a district decision. It's one of those, because there's so many other factors that go into that, that is not something that I don't think we can
Like
actually.
if we're teetering and if we're probably gonna maybe teeter for a long time. And like COLA might need more, or you know what I mean? It just seems like, I don't know, I was just wondering if you've seen other districts do that?
Yeah, basic, yeah.
They stop
typically do.
transfers prior to basic aid.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that was it.
Great questions.
I'm glad you got the great questions.
Yeah.
I always, when I hear things like this that are so outside of my expertise and scope, and I'm asking as I'm sitting here, am I necessary? Am I gonna keep us? I do want to understand a couple things, because during this presentation, I feel like I've gone on a little bit of an emotional roller coaster of volatility versus whatever the opposite of a golden goose is. I'm like, oh, I thought this was like the death arrow or whatever, and I do have a new understanding. Aria, I really appreciated your questions and restatements so that I can understand it. So I think I've been afraid of basic aid, and now I feel like it, as you're saying, it's not gonna actually be that, it maybe won't be that different. Maybe we'll feel a little more during these times, but that doesn't but the cash flow is still, and great, I don't have to understand all that, right, great. The reserve situation, let me just get to the slide 5. Would you go back to slide 5?
And basic aid is typically a good thing, once you're deep into it. You know?
Totally, and who knows if we'll even ever be deep in,
Right.
we're probably gonna do, nobody knows,
Yes.
but even if, in the meantime, it's not a bad thing.
No,
I think
no.
it has felt like, oh, this is gonna be really bad, so we have to hurry and keep things in reserve just in case to make the things, and I feel like I'm getting a new understanding.
Sure.
When you were talking about this as volatile, and again, it's just because I'm here and I wanna understand it now.
Right.
In the chunks, like that difference between 3.5, 3.9, if we're looking at your highlighted arrow. From what I understand, that's all of the same budgets within the 23-24. They did stay between the proposed one and the enacted one. They didn't change that much. What changed a lot was the following year.
Well, and then even the following year, you can see it again. So it went from 3.31 all the way down and settled at 2.3. 25, 26.
Okay.
So you can see it does still get volatile. Right now, with the 26, 27, it's still too far out for us to determine. So 26, 27 right now is actually projected to come in around 2.41. I've also heard that it could come in as high as 2.81. There's so much we still just don't know. Nobody is.
But for this, you get that one that's like over the, so
Yeah.
the 3 years out, so like 3.1 to 3.4, those are still projected numbers.
Those are still projected and they're 3 years in the future that by the time we get there.
Right, and so in the, forgive me, I'm almost done.
No, it's okay.
The 24, 25, the 3.54 January proposal to
Right.
the enacted 24, 25, 1 point, that's a big difference.
Yes. Right.
But we're talking about different years.
Correct. Well, we're talking about the different years in the sense that when we are going to project our budget, we're always projecting current year plus 2 years out. So for us to project 2 years out, we have to have what we think the COLAs will be for those years. So so in this particular case, 23, 24, the January proposed budget, we were still in the 23, 24 year, but we were looking at what our next year was gonna be. And so they were saying, okay, you've got this year, let's start planning for next year. That's when they came up with a 3.54. By the time we actually got to the point where it was like, here's your time to adopt the budget, it's dropped to 1.07. These numbers are published by an outside agency. So when we're doing right now, second interim 25, 26, we're using their projection for next year and the year after as of right now. And then when we get to that year, you can typically see it usually drops. I mean, sometimes it drops a lot, sometimes it drops a little, but it's usually a much more optimistic COLA. Like today projecting 2 years out than in 2 years, and it's today tends to be a little bit lower. Because what they're doing is they're saying what we think the state revenues are gonna come in at, what we think the state sales tax is gonna come in, the high 1% earners, income tax, all of that stuff, and they're trying to project. So today, that we're in April of 25, 26, and we're gonna say, what is it gonna be in 27, 28?
Right.
It's a shot in the dark, like us trying to project what we're gonna be doing on a Friday night next June. So that's where we're taking this big broad guess and trying to apply the budget to it.
Okay.
And so what we usually say, and like what we say at the COE is it's always easier to add money to a budget than to take it away. So when you're looking at some of these numbers, we always kind of recommend use some conservative estimates. If it says 3.54, that may not come in. So typically that makes more sense.
Jury's out. Keep thinking about it over here, thank you.
If it makes you feel any better, I wouldn't do well in a classroom.
Yes, you would die, 1,000.
Maybe I could just jump in. So like what you were asking, Alana, like in January of 2024, they were predicting that in the next year, the COLA was going to be 3.5. But then you go through your different budgets, and when you actually get to that year where they projected it was going to be 3.5, it was only 1.07. So that's what it's telling you here, that volatility is for the 2024-25 year. At one point, we thought it was going to be 3.5, and it ended up being 1.07. That's what those numbers are saying.
Okay, thank you.
It's the out years problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
But I will agree with Ariel and Alana as well. I think that like this feels better. This feels, this feels like it's a really large, scary meal, you know, like, okay, I think we're understanding that this,
Right.
this is doable and there was sort of this misunderstanding I'll claim my own misunderstanding that we were really going to be stuck without cash or without resources when we first went into it. And we will have resources, but we have to plan for
And
the new distribution. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and then the beginning when we first went through this, that's what it seemed like.
Yeah.
Because we weren't sure how it was gonna go, so we're thinking, okay, we could be in trouble some months, so.
Yeah.
Yes, so I'm glad you guys came back out.
Thank you very much.
Sure, of course.
Were there any other audience questions?
What date, so because Santa Cruz County is a place where we receive what they say, like, so my bill, my taxes is what the school's gonna get, whether or not I pay it, right?
Or secure taxes.
So what you're gonna get, what day is that, like, in what, cause that was another thing we didn't know.
So, okay, so, there are like 14 components of property taxes.
Yeah.
Secured is what's under the teeter plan, which is just one of those. It's
Okay.
the biggest one.
Mhm.
So, that one we know, the rest of them, we don't know.
We don't know. Okay.
So that one, I mean, pretty much at P1, so remember.
Well, are you trying to say, when are we gonna get those
So when
amounts?
do we know, cause like,
How much
we
is
were looking at a budget study session and there was like $1 million of discrepancy of what we might get, what we might.
Oh,
I
it's
did-
RDA.
Yes.
I think it was also last year secured jumped by $1 million. And I think that was part of what it was. So again, the county treasury issues what they call their estimates and they issue them 3 times a year.
Okay.
So they come out with these and they're doing the best they can based on the residents in the county and how much what sales they have and any other projections they can take into place. So they are doing the best they can. So she was saying what we call P1 or period 1.
Yeah.
That comes in November. So we get our first look at what property taxes are gonna be. We do it again in April, and then we have the final annual one come in August.
Okay.
But the one in April and the one in November are just estimates, they're guesses.
Okay.
That's what we've been using because that's all we have from the county treasurer. We're using those throughout the year.
Okay.
When we got to the one in August, that's when they finally trued it up and said, we looked at everything and it was actually a lot more than we thought it was gonna be. So you can kind of track it a little bit throughout the year, but you're basing it still on what the county treasurer.
So it's June 30th that we know. We don't know till the year's over.
Okay, so taxes, you find out the actual amount.
Yes.
Yeah, and it might not be June 30th, it's gonna be like a
July
week,
first,
just,
July
July
2nd.
5th, you know, that.
There's
kind of-
adjustments and
There's
sometimes
adjustments, yeah.
sometimes there are, sometimes there aren't.
Okay.
Yeah, so the year is effectively over.
But they don't actually publish it until August.
Okay, but so the schools are gonna still get the same projections from like P1, December projections, April projections.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that's a lot of money, $1 million.
Oh, yes.
Should have sent us into basic aid, right?
Right.
This year. And so to me, I'm like,
Yes.
those are really important numbers to be tracking, and if you can find out, April 15th or whatever, if there's a difference, but it's not until June 30th.
Right, you just get the 2 projections and RDA money comes in and that is highly volatile.
Okay.
And that's a lot of what changes between P2 and annual as well.
What is RDA?
Our redevelopment agency funding.
Oh, okay,
So
so
they do-
like property, big, like developments that are having to put money or like.
Well,
No, it's a squirrely thing that happened many years ago. in the
yeah,
state of
they did away with them, but there's still residual money coming in, so it's formula based.
Gotcha.
I don't even really know all the intricacies about it, but the county does, the county treasury does.
I just have one really quick question.
Mhm.
I know there's no dumb questions, but I'm pushing the limit.
No, it's okay.
Percent of what?
Percent of the prior year revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so so it's a cost of living adjustment, COLA, and so they're basing it on your prior year revenue, yeah, so.
So if you get like $7,000 per ADA for a certain grade span of kids, they're gonna increase that 5 to 3%, 5%, and now you get a new number, and that's what you base your budget on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, if we don't have any further questions from the audience, None from the board. We checked and don't have any on email. I feel like we have to give it up for Becky and Jean. Thank you, ladies, very much. I don't know how often you get the like, let's give it up for you. Audience participation, but this is so cool. This is so cool. No, we really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jean's like, when can I schedule? She's like, when can I schedule my next visit? Yeah, yes, yeah. What, do they want goodies or no? I'm just kidding. You want it? Sorry? Yeah. You want the putty? Okay. All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you so much. Thank you for the questions.
Yeah,
All right, we don't want to lose you. We've got great things coming up. Next up is our presentation from Carissa Lemos, our Assistant Superintendent of Schools, regarding the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, also known as SIBHI.
That's what we call it.
SIBHI and TAD Health.
Yeah.
Thank you all for hanging out there in the cold. I hope that was okay. Thank you.
Over here because I don't want to be over there. I have my notes. Type them. You've heard from me about many things. You've certainly heard from me about SIBHI. You've heard from me about our counseling team. I'm definitely here. I thank you. But I wanted to share. Right, it's hard to sit through presentations and like I don't know, and on this number and this percentage and this thing. And what I'm here to tell you tonight is I'm gonna continue to do that in my presentation also, but in a positive way. And so I think it's so important. The thing that I want to emphasize most tonight is, thankfully, number one, I don't have their jobs. Because if you wanted me to explain the budget, I would not be able to do it now. But I mention that because I don't actually want to talk about money tonight. I want to talk about the people, our little people who have some big needs and it feels like they're bigger every day. And then the big people who find really profound ways to meet those needs because they do it really, really well. And it's what makes me so proud to do my job here. So I'm going to talk very briefly about money and then other stuff. So you all have asked me a bunch of times, like, is SIBHI going to go away? Like, is the money, do we need to be worried about that? And I'm just going to keep telling you, no. The money that we received thus far is what we call implementation grant funding, right? It was what was provided to get everything going. When I was putting this presentation together and I saw 2026, I was like, so we're supposed to be done now? Yeah. Because the amount that we learn truly every day that remains undone, well, it's tiring, but we have a really good team and I'm very proud of it. So I just like to mention that because the implementation funding has been really pivotal. And I'll talk a bit more about that. But really we've gotten to where we are through a really powerful partnership and through a really, really great team of people that have made that possible. And so I'm excited to share with you tonight about that and to have so many of them be here. So really what we're trying to do is enhance our system of care. I think when we think about students, we think about the whole student. You often hear districts still develop these really lengthy portraits of a graduate, and I don't like it. So I hope we never do it because I think what's most important to us in SoCal is the portrait of a human, right? Like we it's our mission statement. We want to promote students who are whole humans, who are responsible and good neighbors. When I was a principal, I would tell kids that if I was working with a student who had made a poor choice, I would sit them down and be like, we're gonna figure this out because someday you might live next to me. I don't want to live next to a jerk. And they would look at me like, what you said? But it involves a lot of things, right? We have our current system and we're always working to grow that. And we collaborated with a lot of very smarter people than me who were like, here's what you need to do. And I said, okay, that's a good idea. Let's do that. And that kind of brought about a lot of initiatives. And it's really what has allowed us to enhance our system of care for students. We have really, really good counselors, and we have also a lot of other people who are really, really good and make school possible for our kids. We have district behaviorists. We have been able to offer expanded staff training. We have wellness coaches. We have inclusion specialists, counselors, and our classroom teachers. I think sometimes we think of all of these other people and we forget everything that teachers do in the classroom all day, every day. And so when we think about all of the points of contact that our students have every day, that is how we're able to meet their needs and meet them where they're at. Because what we can say quite confidently is that their needs are not going away. And the magnitude sometimes of the expression of those needs and the manifestation of those needs is quite impressive. In many ways, they're laughing because they are on the receiving end of some of that magnitude. And it shows up in the data, right? It wouldn't be a presentation for me if there wasn't a pie chart. So I've talked to you all about cost, and that's our coordination of services teams. And when you really boil all of the data down, and this is district-wide data, about half of all of the referrals that we get from staff regarding student needs are related to social emotional learning, mental health, and behavior concerns. And I think that's really important to listen to, because then the question very quickly becomes, what do we do? And so we have like all things, it's not a presentation without data or a triangle, because we all love MTSS. And so, we have our tier 1 things, that's things that we're doing across the board for every student. Tier 2 with small group things. On the tier 3 are just intensive interventions that you would see for, in theory, 5 to 10% of students, but we're really seeing in terms of acuity of need, tier 3 needs for more like 20% of our students. And so that requires a lot of ingenuity and person power. So something that our counseling team has really worked hard on is, the purpose of what we do is, well, we're a school district, and so we're in the business of educating students, and so it's important to us that the services we provide are functionally intended to improve a student's access to their education. And so something that was really helpful is we kept trying to think, how do teachers, I'm not gonna say teachers have it easy, because that's certainly not it, but teachers have standards, right? Like they have a goal, like an end point where they're like, okay, I'm just trying to teach this student how to do math with letters. I don't know what you do, but so what our team, I want to know a little bit about it. So what our team did is, okay, for all of the different types of standards out there, what are we trying to do when we talk about social, emotional, mental, behavioral health? As it relates to accessing school, what are those things? And we kind of put them into these buckets. And it's also really helpful because when we're in a cost meeting, we're talking about a student, the concern that's been brought forth about that student, we're able to say, okay, where's this educational access impact? And how do we really target that so that we can make sure that we're addressing student needs in that way? It's not to say that if a student has a need that's beyond the scope of educational impact or access, we say, whoop, that sounds like a problem for outside of school. No, a big part of what we do is wrap and linkage work so that we make sure that students have what they need at school and students have access to what they need outside of school and beyond. So right now, when it comes to CIBHI, or the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, a big part of that is we as a district are able to receive reimbursement for eligible services that we provide to families from whom we have received consent and insurance information. And this is a new initiative for us. We've just started collecting insurance this year, so I love a goal. Justin knows we compete for gold stars all the time, and our goal was 50%. We wanted to have consent to bill and insurance information from 50% of our families. Right now we're at 47%, but let me tell you what, it is hard because you have to get that information into the electronic healthcare record system, and then it has to go through like 7 other systems, and that's why these people are here to explain that to you, because I can't. It is very complex. What I can tell you though is one of the things I presented, I don't know, last time I presented to you all, you had a very fair question. I told you the number of the dollar number of if we could receive reimbursement for all of the services we've provided, what that dollar amount would be. And then I told you the number at that time that we had actually received. And very astutely, you asked, what's going on there, Chris? It's a big difference. And that really is because as we've been working to get our insurance and our consent into the electronic healthcare record system, it's very difficult very cumbersome. So right now we've successfully, and this is the tricky part, so of the 47% that we have consent to bill from, we've successfully entered and gotten like it into the system 33%, 1/3 of that 47%. They'll be able to explain that way better than I can. So right now I have some real-time numbers for you. I pulled this on when was our presentation due? Friday. So I pulled this on Friday. And at that time, if we could bill for all of the services provided, it was $447,779. And you'll see that on Friday, in terms of actual monies received, we were at about 47,000. And so the question kind of becomes, why? And so, there's a number of different barriers. Ben, in a minute from TAD, is going to come up and talk to you a little bit about that, but I wanted to explain a little of how that process has worked and like who are these people. So I'm joined by a lot of lovely folks. I'm going to start with Michael and Lauren. They are partners of ours from the COE. Michael's the executive director of Student Support Services. Lauren is the director of behavioral health. And this work we certainly could not do without them. Lauren especially has has led all of our the districts in our consortium through this process, and it has been quite a process. And so we're very grateful for that. So as that consortium got together, we had those seed funds that I mentioned. One of the first things that we had to do was select an electronic healthcare record system, because that really is the gateway to those funds. And if you don't select the right system, it's going to be hard. It's going to be really difficult for your providers to enter their claims and those sorts of things. And so it was really important to us that as a consortium that we select the right partner in this work. People who are focused on students in the same way that we are, who have the same mission and values. And so Lauren led us through a process whereby we, vetted different vendors and different options and took bids and landed on TAD Health. And so we've been working with them. I am, I'll be honest, a little concerned for you all. The hours of the day that I receive emails from you or answers to my questions is really telling of their commitment to us as partners and to this work. They see the value of it. And so we've been grateful for their partnership. And I think it's really important to have someone like Jessica here and also Sasha enters claims, because I think I would be remiss to not note how much work it is to submit claims. Our true North Star in this whole process has been, we are not going to change what we do to game the system to be able to bill. We have always been mission value oriented in terms of what do students need, how do we get it to them, and if we can get reimbursed for that, cool. But it's meant that our providers have continued to provide the services that they do in the way that they have, which means that they're not really sitting around entering things during the day, because they are running around doing things all day. And then once they're done and not at all tired, that's when they do their billing. And so I think it's really important to call that out and acknowledge that, because so I think it's important to me to highlight those things for a couple of reasons. One, we're really proud of the program that we've built and the providers and the people who are on the ground serving our kids every day. They're very talented. We have a really solid program, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm proud of that. But then I know that you all had questions that I couldn't answer, and I wanted you to be able to answer them. So this is Ben Greiner. He's gonna come up. He's with TAD, and he's gonna tell you a little bit about some of the interlay between claims that are submitted and what happens between when they're submitted and when we get a check for those things.
Yeah.
So I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, really great to be here. My name is Ben Greiner. I'm the CEO and founder of TAD Health. I'm honored to be here tonight on behalf of Santa Cruz and SoCal, and really share the power of this program and what it's providing school districts. And very much through Carissa's leadership, SoCal has been a leader in the state in the operational excellence, their ability to providers submitting claims every day. And really our job is to make sure that these funds get back to you, that they're sustainable forever. And that's what's so exciting about this program, is these funds don't go away. And the more, services that get to students, that's our biggest priority, and making sure that districts have those dollars. So we're very, honored to work through this process. We've been very excited as of today, that those numbers that Carissa showed on the insurance, we're able to now access something called the med system, which is through the DHCS, which will again increase the ability for us to get those insurance numbers and have those claims submitted and paid. So this program, the claims are, once they're fully packaged with that information, takes about 30 to 45 days for when they come back. Checks come every Thursday. So Thursday or tomorrow you might see some. So there's this constant flow, which we're really excited to grow from the ground up and really make this an incredible impact. So we're here tonight to share a really important milestone that Carissa and her team have created. And we want to give them a big round of
What's cool, and Ben, thank you for kind of explaining some of those steps that we've been in between. I think what's really important is I did this presentation, I finished it much too late, sorry Jen, on Friday, and that number was $47,000, and then you'll see today, it's 54,000. So those checks keep coming in. And a couple really important things too is we can back bill for 365 days. So we started billing at the start of this year. So I think that's comforting to me of there's still more coming, and once it starts to roll through and more efficiently, we won't have the lag time that we have right now. And I think it will go a long way to making such an important service and program and offering available to our students. So we're really happy about that. Great I was gonna ask right now.
First time we've ever gotten a giant check, all my years on the paper. That's so exciting.
I just wanted to ask if there are questions. I also want to ask Jessica or Sasha or Lauren or Michael if there's anything that you want to add, because you all been doing this work with us. And it's been a lot of work. Anything?
Chris, can I say one thing? And I'm hesitant only because I don't like comparing. But I just want to give a shout out to you and your team in SoCal, because in my humble impression, looking across the county and the state, because we're part of professional learning networks, and this is rolling out across California, right? I feel like SoCal is doing as much, if not more, than almost every other LEA that I didn't think you say that because you're humble, but I just want to make sure people know that there was no gap between your intention and the effort that's being put in. So, absolutely.
incredible job.
Just to add two things. One is, this is a pretty new initiative, and I get updates all the time from the state. And the last one I got is there's only 10 districts in the whole state that have broken more than $100,000 in claims, like received that money. And so the fact that you all are already at 54,000 and have money just keep coming in, just want to name really how you're at the forefront of that. And the other thing I'll just say too is I know tirelessly how much your team, Chris, has been working on person by person getting insurance, but I just want to remind you, with back to school enrollment packets and that being embedded, the hope is that there's a lot less effort happening and it becomes part of the system. We just started this in the middle of the year and didn't want to wait. And because you can back bill 365, there's hope that really will be a huge push at that.
The last thing that I'll add while we're doing that is, in my role, I meet with directors and administrators around the state, and I also meet with county office staff around the state, and I can really, really confidently say that they're not on the same level as our county office. And so that partnership has been really important. We actually, I was in a meeting with, I don't know, he was from San Diego, some administrator. And he was like, what is Simpai? I was like, oh, very well. And so Lauren and some other folks from the county office were willing to meet with them and be like, have you asked your county office? He was like, yeah. So it really does take a lot of people, and we're grateful for the people that we have, because it's been really powerful, and I think it will make a big difference in the lives of little and big people alike, so. Questions?
Team, got any questions? Ted sees the thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, I don't think I see any questions on Zoom. This was, again, helpful, very helpful, and thank you to your team, and thank you very much to Jessica and Sasha and everyone else who's doing the hard day-to-day work to do this with the fidelity that it deserves, and it's really really impactful. And a lot of people will see something like this and think, wow, that is hard. That's too much work. How are we going to get people to provide their insurance information? I'm a parent. It took me quite a while to get up. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. He's checking mine every day. It took me, I did need several pop-ups and about 27 emails to like get out my insurance card and put my own kids' information in there. But it's, you know, so for people next year hearing, hey, parents have been doing this for almost a year. They're not seeing nothing's coming back, you know, it's only helping the district. So it took a lot to take this on and to do it so well. Thank you, Scott, for supporting it. Thank you, team at the table. Thank you, Carissa. So that's all I've got to say. I don't have any questions.
And just your enthusiasm is just, I feel it, you know, and all the work that it takes to reimburse our, you know, wonderful counselors and wellness coaches, and because they're doing, I love hearing that they're doing that work regardless. And it's nice that we get reimbursement money, so that's so great. I mean, you've made great connections, like it's exciting, and I'm just thinking of that idea about the packets. Just how can we help this?
It's already in there.
It's in there.
Make sure
Yeah.
that you do your back to school enrollment package. I will say there's a lot of data cleanup on the back end. Because, you know, if there's a typo in the ID number when parents put it in, or if there's somebody, who was it? Was it Brandon? Explained to me in a lot of data speak. I had to ask Alyssa to translate a couple times. Like one small example is the insurance provider name on your insurance card is not actually the name that you need to have in TAD to submit the bill, and something happens in a spreadsheet with a formula or something else and fixes it. But it's like a million different things. So it's in our back to school enrollment, and there's still so much data washing, which is a fancy term that I just made up. You know, feel it? Yes. It already existed. That we still have to do to make it all.
Okay, I'm thinking of when we brought the live scan into the back to school night, maybe there's like a human there and it's like, hey, you got your insurance card in your purse? You want to help out the school?
Yeah.
Like I just need your signature. That's cool. That's great. Yeah. Thank you all so much. I see it's a team. It takes a village, right?
Yeah.
So thanks, everybody.
Would it be okay if all of the team came up and took a
Yeah.
picture?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Where do you want it?
This way.
I'll just.
No, you know, I mean, like. Oh, I see how
I don't want to do that. Yeah.
I'd like to be behind you. Oh, gosh. It's just an owl.
I think that's enough.
An hour later, you're gonna fix them.
Oh.
Good to see you again.
Oh, of
Thank
course,
you.
yes. Thank you too. And then I saw it on it. It's like a triple.
Thanks for coming.
Yes.
Yeah, walk down.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Good night.
Question.
Thank you, George. Run low.
For our quorum, we have to have the quorum to take action. I'm just wondering if one of them brought some.
Oh, yeah. Well, it has to be good.
Right.
Yeah. That's probably a really good idea. I agree 100%. Good idea.
That was awesome. We've got a couple more things on the agenda and apologies to George. I want to do a process check though. Because we're in this unique situation where we only have 2 board members here in person and 1 board member who's remote but still within district boundaries, that's what establishes our quorum for us to be able to take action. And Ted, I just wanted, sorry, you're on the spot. We've got, I don't know, 5 people in the audience, but I want to check in and see how you're feeling, if you'd prefer that we move our action items earlier. We've got 2 presentations and a discussion item and then action items. If you're not up for, if you're not feeling well and you need us to move action forward, we can do that. And you're on mute. There you
No, I
are.
want to listen to George.
Well,
Gotta listen to George.
of course you do. I just wanted to make sure you were feeling okay and up for it,
Yeah.
because if you drop off before action,
Let's
we're in
do it.
trouble.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry,
If
George. I had to
fall
ask
over.
though. Okay. All right. We're good then. As is. Thank you.
Go
The
for
next-
it, yeah.
Thank you. Next up is our presentation from George Lopez, Director of Technology, regarding the Technology Department.
Hello, everyone. I don't think my presentation is going to end with a big check, but and I do add Tad Health and extract. I'll get that done tomorrow. I was busy preparing your presentation. What do you want? Okay, hello, George Lopez, Director of Technology for our school district. I just want to go over what I'll be going over today. We'll be reviewing student device breakdown. I know we've had some questions about it recently, like who has what. And I'm going to be going over the projects that we've completed over the last year and some projects that we have coming up. So let's get started. First, I want to start with our technology team. So besides me, we have Renee Quesada, who's been here for 3 years now, and he took over for Marla at New Brighton. Once Marla retired, she was here for 11 years, and we miss her every day, but Renee's been doing a great job at New Brighton, fixing Chromebooks constantly. And we welcomed Isaiah Navarro into the team, and he's been here since the beginning of January. And he's the main point of contact for all the elementary schools. So anything comes into the help desk or anyone calls, he's usually the first one there. And he's still learning, but we're there to support him, and he's doing great so far. So what Isaiah and Renee mainly do is they meet in the help desk. So whenever we have a problem, anyone in the district, an email comes to help desk. They're the ones that man that. So I just want to give an overview of what tickets have been like for the past few years. So I've been keeping track of this. I've been reporting it every year. This year, I do it in 1 year chunks. So it's not just this school year, but last April to this April. 2,797 tickets, which is quite a few. The year before we had 3,155, so we've calmed down a little bit. But we're still plenty busy, and that within those tickets, we do a variety of things, whether it's hardware related, software related, someone has a problem with a computer, Chromebook breaks, anything, webmaster updates. So we're updating the website constantly, pretty much every day. And that's not just our website, that's every school's individual website. And that's all included in just the help desk. And that doesn't include when we're on site and someone asks us a question, which, okay, well, it's a lot.
You can't just say, put in a ticket. Not here, put in a ticket.
No, we don't make them put in another ticket. But yeah, we're always around, and I think we're pretty helpful. What do you think? So I just wanted to highlight, also not within that is Chromebook repairs. So the kids aren't giving us a ticket. Like they put like this mostly is at New Brighton because the kids they take home their Chromebooks, they're carrying it all around. It's in their backpacks. Sometimes the kid will just kick one on accident. So we're constantly fixing those and repairing them. So we ran these. We do keep track of them though. So this is just this year so far, August to today. Well, last week, 410 repairs. So it's a pretty good amount, like constant repairs. That's not even counting the elementary schools. That's just New Brighton. Just New Brighton. Yeah. Think of every time a kid like has, you know, it can be it's not broken, but you know, we're fixing, you know, some setting or something. But a lot of times we're taking apart Chromebooks, we're putting in parts from other Chromebooks that are broken, swapping them over to the existing ones. So we have a big pile of stuff that's just like an exoskeleton gutted. But yeah, so we're very busy with Chromebooks all the time. But we're at it, let's talk about the student devices. So we are one-to-one for our students. TK through second, they each have these iPad carts in their classrooms. Some of the classrooms have built-in racks like you see on the right for Chromebooks. But these Chromebook or iPad carts have like built-in buckets that you can distribute them to the tables and stuff. But that's TK through 2, and then 3rd grade through 5th grade, the upper levels, they have these built-in Chromebooks in the classrooms. So they're not taking them home, they're just in the classrooms ready to go. Usually they put different numbers and stickers on them and assign with the kids. We have a few extra for each classroom, so we can only, you know, swap them out when they have problems. And then 6th grade through 8th grade, we give them to them at the beginning of the year, tell them to keep as good care of it as they can. And they get to take it back and forth, and we get to repair 400 of them in 6 months. But yeah, so I know there's some questions about how we, you know, distribute them. Everyone's one-to-one, and we even have extras as backup. We have a bunch of extras, mostly because they break, and Chromebooks inherently are cheaper devices. So you break, fix, swap them out. Here you go. Nothing's really stored on the device. It's just all in the cloud. Sign into your account. It's there. Yeah, we give you one for your board device.
And for clarification, 3rd through 5th and 6th through 8, it's the same model of Chromebook, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So we work with Dell, and they give us a decent deal on 8 gig Chromebooks that, you know, the ones we like. And every year we replace about 300 of them. We try to keep up to date.
Yeah.
I mean, we're pretty up to date now. I think after this next year, we'll be very up to date. So just so you know, that'd be good. But yeah, so let's move on to projects. So over the last year, we completed some big projects. One of the biggest ones was the new Brighton bell clock and PA system. We were hoping to extend it a little longer, but it kept failing. And luckily, with our bond funds, we were able to afford to replace it with a brand new system that's capable of a lot of stuff. So it's installed right now. It's synced to all of our current clocks, our analog clocks. But this new system is capable of digital displays in every classroom. It's capable of you can run a lockdown drill and it'll like display a scrolling message in each classroom. So we're kind of looking to, you know, implement that at every school now. So hopefully with bond funds, we can cover that, but it's a project we're looking into. And so New Brighton has the top of the line. We have Santa Cruz Gardens that needs to be replaced next, but I can talk about that later.
Wait, is that a screen for the lockdown thing?
Yeah, so think about like we have the clocks in the classroom and the
Right.
speakers.
Yeah.
So it'd be like one unit that replaces that, and it has like a screen, and it can display a digital message and the time, and it'll be a speaker too. Yeah, so you know, bringing us into modern day and age.
That's great for like the issue of the sub, when a sub is in the room, and if, you know, and if they don't have access to, you know, an email account with the district and I mean, like, that's a
Sure,
great
yeah.
way to make an emergency kind of alert to someone who
Definitely.
might not be on an account, and maybe
All
there's
about
something that
safety.
you don't want to have audibly broadcast out to whoever might be in
Yeah,
the hallway.
definitely.
It's interesting.
And that's how it works, is that like you would have the
There'd be-
keyboard and you would be typing in the message, or
It would just be like, it'd be able to be accessed by the front office or the principal. So they'd have access to a program on their computer where they could send those type of messages. Yeah. So we're looking to do that in every school eventually. Hopefully we can cover it with the bond funds, but we're working towards that for sure. We implemented the visitor management system, which you see whenever you go onto campus. You get the printed out stickers, which has been working great. Luckily, another bond fund project. Also another bond fund, everything comes from bond. Santa Cruz Gardens, we implemented security cameras there, so we're all covered there now. It's our last site that needed to be up, so we're covered everywhere now, at least on school sites. So let's move on to upcoming projects. Fun stuff that we'll be doing in the next year, probably. So the ones that are definitely happening this summer, we're finishing our Wi-Fi update and switch update. We got a lot done last year, but we had to wait for some parts. So that all came in, so we have to kind of wait for everyone to be gone to do it. So this summer we'll be replacing every Wi-Fi access point, and that'll be finally done. Our phone system, unfortunately, we've had it for about 10 years now, but the company that owns it discontinued it. So they stopped supporting it, and it's going to sunset starting in the next year. So we're replacing our phone system this summer with something a little more modern. Our TVs have started to fail. I mean, we got them like around the last bond, so at 2018. So I think it's mainly Main Street. I don't know why Main Street has so many, like, she had a lot of TV problems, but so we're gonna invest in with bond funds again. We're gonna invest in like a centralized TV system that we can monitor all the TVs at once from a centralized place. At least that's my vision. So we're gonna quote that out and move towards that at every classroom. New Brighton, we're gonna so we have some old fiber that mainly from the district office to New Brighton, and then it's kind of configured a little weird inside of New Brighton. So we're gonna run new fiber from here to New Brighton, and we're gonna just fix the configuration so it goes to a central place instead of stopping at multiple different places, so it can all be managed in our like server. So that's one. Hopefully I can get that done fairly soon, but probably not this summer. So Santa Cruz Gardens has the next closest PA clock and bell system that needs to be updated. They still have like a tape deck that they can play stuff on. So we're gonna replace that sooner rather than later. And then my vision is to improve all the audio video in the multi-use room. So whenever you're in like the PAC or any multi-use room, we kind of have old audio and video equipment. We kind of have to hobble together stuff, bring stuff out. I kind of want everyone to have a screen that has a projector like mounted to some lighting brackets, so we don't have to bring it in and out. It's just ready for it any time. And having some modern sound equipment would be great because most of that stuff hasn't been replaced since those places were built. So don't look behind the stage at SoCal. It's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know we'll be talking more in ed tech stuff that you're doing in the next project, but I just want to give you guys a general overview of where we are, what we're doing next, and then open it up for any questions you guys have.
Right.
So go ahead.
Yeah. Did you have anything in front of mind?
I guess I'm just thinking of the one-to-one, the student to device that we have in middle school.
Mhm.
Is that kind of from COVID times, or was that like an official decision?
That's definitely when it happened. Like
Right.
before that, we had like carts that we moved around, and then we had to switch. I mean, and during COVID, we had to give everyone in the whole district a computer to bring home. So that's when we switched to that, and then it's just never changed for New Brighton for sure. But like elementary, it works perfect. It's in their classroom, it's ready with everything they do.
And could you tell me more about it was called a Chromebook cart, right? Where you'd like roll it and you'd
Sure.
check it out, and then you had a bunch of them in there.
Mhm.
Like so COVID is what got us out of those Chromebook cart times
At the middle school.
at the middle school.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just like we have for the iPad cards. It was just like a mobile thing that had 30 chargers in it, and we'd just leave it in the room and they'd, use it whenever they wanted. But at New Brighton, I mean, there's no getting away from technology now. They're bringing it everywhere.
But there's less repairs at the elementary school level because they're not
True.
bringing it home.
Yeah,
That's
that's
it
true.
with that.
Definitely. Also, that age, middle school, they're a little more rambunctious.
And that's why we send waivers out.
Yeah.
With the Chromebooks for middle schoolers, if the parents signed for any damages and.
Whenever there's damage, we try and keep up with charging the parents with it because they agree to certain prices and everything.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we have a big list and we've been keeping track and try to build them as much as we can to get reimbursed for stuff that's damaged. Little stuff, I mean, we don't worry about that, but it's the bigger stuff.
Yeah.
And what
So
about,
what's the most interesting thing that causes the damage?
What's the most
Like,
interesting thing that what?
Yeah, do they throw it at its little brother, or what do they do with it?
yeah, Ted doesn't know about the paperclip.
Oh
the
God,
paperclip?
that was a fun
Paperclip
time.
challenge.
Yeah, kids would stick paper clips in the power port and it would start smoking and yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that was fun.
That's awesome.
But we've had Chromebooks filled with sand. We've had other ones that are, fully in water. We've had some that were graffitied all over. We've had some that, were half the keyboards missing. It's a lot of random stuff.
Wow.
What about, people put their pencil in it and then close
Oh,
it?
yeah.
Oh, yes. Anyone could do that. Be careful when you're closing your laptop,
Yeah.
clear it.
Yeah. Would you tell us about chargers? Is that an issue? Like, do you keep track of replacement chargers?
We try to, and we make them return them at the end of the year for the new Brighton. I mean, luckily we've since we keep replacing them and we have the same type of charger, like we've kind of built up a little reserve. So it's not too big of a deal.
Do we keep track of the funding that it costs us of chargers?
Oh, chargers specific?
Specifically chargers.
I think so, not
No.
specifically.
No.
I haven't, yeah,
We've
something we can
we've bought, I think a few years ago before you came back, we bought like 50 extra chargers, but since then we haven't bought any extra like on the side.
yeah.
Is there other, besides repairs on Chromebooks, is there other basic maintenance? I mean, I know they're cloud-based, but do they have like any kind of operating system that needs things?
There's not really much to it. If
Yeah.
something goes wrong, which they do, we do a thing called power washing, which basically resets it to factory defaults. And since everything is just, located in their account, it just re-downloads to it. So, yeah.
So there's no like regular maintenance you have to do.
Besides cleaning them and updating them,
Yeah.
I mean, they update automatically.
They update
But, during the summer, we
Yeah.
do big, cleaning and maintenance and just the big stuff that needs to be done. But
Yeah.
not too much every day. Just keep it clean and don't mess with it.
Yeah. And how about, I mean, iPads, I know there are always new operating systems constantly, like
Yeah.
I'm just wondering about like the staff time,
Sure.
the labor cost in terms of like all of those iPads we have, is that a significant amount of time that someone spends making sure they're updated and?
Well, no, so we have a mobile device management system called Jam
Okay.
that we can make mass changes to the iPads.
Oh, great.
So it's not something that we need to like.
Someone's not sitting there
Yeah, we're not sitting
with
there
iPads.
pressing a button. Like, yeah, we make sure that
Good.
they're constantly updated by that system automatically. So, I mean, during the summer, that's when we do our projects. We clean them. We make
Yeah.
sure they're getting their updates, and that's about it. I wouldn't say there's a big financial impact besides eventually having to replace those.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for you? Like, who is that? Ariel. Did you have any questions for George?
You mentioned that you replace 300 Chromebooks every year.
We get new ones because the ones that are going down, like a keyboard breaks, we'll take it from one that's like getting old. We'll take that keyboard. We'll take a battery. So like every year, like some age out, some we cannibalize and use them for parts. So yeah, I mean, we had to get everything up to like our 8 gig like standard. So that's kind of why we're doing that many a year. Just so that they're fast and ready for the kids.
And how many Chromebooks are there in total? So like what,
Ooh.
I mean, I guess I could do the math of how many but I can't off the top of my head, of like 3rd to 8th graders that there are.
Yeah, I haven't looked at those numbers in a while, but if you want those, I can get you specific numbers. But we also have a lot that are ready to go on the side, like if someone has a bad one. So if you want those numbers, I can get them for you for sure. But I don't want to just say a random number.
All right. Well, the upcoming projects are exciting.
Yeah, for sure.
That's, I know you've been working on the Wi-Fi switch upgrade for a long time, so this summer it sounds.
Happy it'll be done.
Yeah, that's awesome, awesome. So yeah, I mean, for me, and I think all of us, like, thank you to your team. You guys do an incredible amount of work, and we always hear that appreciation from
I
folks at
mean,
the sites. You're small and mighty. Small
there are
and
these
mighty.
projects, and there's also like everything everyone does, we're kind of involved.
Yeah.
So we try to support as much as we can, as wide as we can.
Yeah, yeah.
And always super responsive.
Yeah.
Really
We try.
appreciate it.
That's awesome. Yes,
And
please.
George can say it, but George has had to put in a lot of time into just like thinking about Simpai.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Like I said, I have to do that abstract.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's a humble guy, like it's, if you ask for something, it's done.
Yeah.
And, so willing to, I'm not always the best about like pre-planning, and so I'm like, George, oh, I need this in an hour, is that too soon? And always.
I'll make it
always
work.
is happy.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Yes, please extend our
great.
thanks to the
Yeah.
entire team.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah, of
might have,
course.
yeah, thank you. We might have
Actually,
some
I
Oh.
do have a question.
There you are.
Yeah, I'm here. And you know, back in the days when they had the AV guys, is there any student involvement with tech at all?
I'm not as far as the repair side, not really. It's not something we've,
Okay.
yeah, not something, I mean, it could be something, teach kids how to repair stuff. Give the science teacher a little, here, work on these Chromebooks. It's something to think about.
Yeah, you know, you tear them apart and they put them back together, and they'll
Yeah,
know
sure.
how a computer works. And yeah, okay, that was my question.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, George.
Renee, you have a question?
No, I just wanted to add my compliments because every time I have an issue, like someone from IT comes over and it's like, even whether it's, I have a Chromebook that's not, you know, turning on or whatever, or even if it's like, my kids have earned a PJ movie party and it starts on. Yeah, so they'll come over and, yeah, so I just want to give your team a compliment.
Thank you.
Me too.
They're great.
And just echo, there's very few places that it's just ask and you shall receive, and I feel like it just is that way. It's,
Okay.
I really, we are so lucky. I don't know if every school gets to, okay, you know, it's.
That's
it's
great to
amazing.
hear.
It's
We try to keep it personable and small, and we like it that way.
Yeah, it feels like I'm the only one that you're waiting
It's like,
you're
it's been 5 minutes, they're not here yet.
It's just your TV now.
Anything else? No?
I have a
Yeah.
question. So I know like budget's a huge thing right now in our district, right? And the iPads you mentioned are one of the most expensive. And they're for the you said they're a lot more expensive than Chromebooks.
They're a little more expensive, yeah.
Yeah,
For sure.
and then, but the TK kinders are getting them?
Yeah, well, it's because, like, I don't know if there's well, they're better with a touch screen, like when they're that young.
Yeah.
So it's really better to have that kind of system that I mean, a lot of them are great at iPads, like before they even come here.
And like, do they need to be 1-to-1? Like, do you need to continue to replace those 1-to-1 for like, I mean, I know I don't really want my TK kid on an iPad every day at school, like.
But if they need to do some testing, we need to have something available for them.
And so it has to be 1-to-1. Is that like a standard, you know?
I believe so.
I got
I
a
don't know if you want to man.
in that vein, because I think it's a really fair question.
Yeah.
In terms of like Chromebooks to iPads, and I don't want to put you on the spot, so sorry. Understanding, and it's limited, is we don't have to replace the iPads as often.
Oh, definitely.
Their life, their shelf life is longer.
As long as they're receiving their updates,
Yeah.
like they're pretty good. Like we haven't had to replace them yet.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's upcoming, but
Yeah.
we'll take our time and like phase them.
So like a fair question, and so how I kind of think about it is, you're very correct in that, like, we definitely don't want our youngest learners on a device all day.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, like if they have to take a test, it's like,
room one takes the test today, like room two, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like phrasing
yeah.
that through, because they probably aren't, I mean, from my understanding, my child has not been on my dad. He would probably tell me he got to play on my dad. So, yeah, just like thinking of a way to like save money in the future is to like keep them and not purchase more.
It's an interesting thought. We used to, I mean, I've been here 15 years now, my God. We used to have computer labs and then they kind of got phased away. I don't know, space and maintaining those. But I mean, it's an interesting thought of having a spot if you want to limit the younger kids, but it'd have to be something to explore.
Yeah, and then George and I were talking about the replacement of iPads, and he's thinking it wouldn't be for another few years.
Yeah.
We haven't bought any in the past few years, and it'd be another few years out. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
And then as far as Chromebooks, for the yearly replenishments, we've been using one-time funding, and then now we're gonna be going to bond funding, so that way it's not hitting the general fund.
Yeah, I mean, I see what New Brighton, I understand the use in that function, but I just like my 4-year-old and that doesn't like, slow wets the bed sometimes, she, doesn't really need to be on an iPad.
Yeah.
Well, you could be like,
Yeah.
playing outside.
I understand.
All right, well, thank you
All right.
very much. I think thank you very much. All
We gotta
right.
set up the next presentation.
No, thank you very much.
Back to work.
Then he's gonna come back in case we need him for part.
I'll be in the crowd.
Okay, part 2, because everyone has to kind of.
All right.
But
And we-
George, while you're here, could you?
I bet George appreciates us being in this room as opposed to not, there's nothing wrong with us being in the PAC, but I think that the setup is so much. Yeah, such a challenge in terms of getting the video and people being able to hear.
Yeah, clean up too.
Yeah.
We've been staying and helping them clean up.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I can't believe how many cords. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
We're here for you.
All right, very ready for our presentation regarding our educational technology.
Okay, so let's get into it. And this is going to be a team effort on this presentation, even though it's under my name. So let's see, I'm trying to do this at the same time. So the overview is to kind of go over the various educational technologies that the district is providing to our students. Our goal is to ensure students are equipped with the skills and tools necessary to succeed and feel confident and responsible in technology as they get older. It's not working for me that way, so let's see. Next. Oh, I have to push hard. Okay, there we go. So this just talks a little bit about federal and state compliance. So for federal funding, internet access is E-rate. California schools must comply with the Children's Internet Protection Act, CIPA. Internet filtering, we must use technology to protect measures like filters and so forth, and blocking certain harmful content, sites, so forth. So that works great because, you try to go on a website sometimes and just because it may have something in their trigger word, you cannot get on it. So that's awesome. You'll get an automatic, sorry, site is blocked. Monitoring, schools are required to monitor online activities of minors through state laws, which puts strict limits on how student data can be shared with third-party vendors. And safety instruction, schools must provide internet safety instruction at least once a year, often delivered during Digital Citizenship Week in October. And then there's the explicit instruction in digital citizenship. So whole class instruction is included on the SUESD mental health and behavioral instructional scope and sequence. I don't know if you wanted to touch more on that.
I wanted to add a couple things on this one specifically. We have really stringent requirements in terms of student monitoring. And it's not I think sometimes when you say that, it feels like you're a big brother, like anybody watching my kid, but I will say really confidently, and then this kind of relates perfectly to our presentation earlier. Our ability to like monitor student activity and intervene appropriately is huge. I feel really confident that some of our monitoring systems like Bark have allowed us to intervene in a way that I like genuinely have saved children's lives. And so I think it's so important because one, it's that early detection and early intervention, but then that combined with digital literacy, like students being literate in their technology use is important, but also knowing how to do that safely and responsibly is really important. And that's something that we take really seriously and spend a lot of time thinking about. Absolutely.
So here, digital citizenship, this is talking about our kinders through second. They have the iPad devices, as George had mentioned, and then 3rd through 8 have Chromebooks. It's the same model of Chromebook across the board. It's just a little different. The 3rd through 5th, they're kept in the classroom, and 6th through 8, they're able to take them home. Now we're going to get into core curriculum. Would anyone like to go over any pieces here?
Yeah, I can. So one of the challenges and your question earlier about like, do TK students need to be on iPad is good. We're in the middle of a math adoption right now, and the amount of time and effort that's gone into finding a curriculum that doesn't rely on students having a device or accessing the curriculum through their device is lengthy. And so many of our adopted curriculums have a technology component. So our current math curriculum is a technology component. Most of the math curricula that we are considering in terms of adoption also involve that. We did make a point of in that process ensuring that there are opportunities for paper pencil. We just met with our math team on Tuesday, and Kristen Rinaldi, who is much smarter than I am when it comes to math instruction, really emphasized the importance of that. And so I think while many of the adapted curriculum that we use and many of the adopted curricula options from the CDE have technology components, we really try to be mindful of balancing that because that's a lot of screen time.
Mm-hmm. Are there curriculum that doesn't involve technology?
Let me ask a question back to make sure I'm answering. Like in general, or like for us as a district in terms of instruction in the classroom, like what?
No, we're choosing a new
yeah.
a new math textbook. Why? I mean, are we considering not having a technology component to our math program?
We are considering options that allow for that. There are some curriculum on the adopted list that like don't have workbooks, for example. Like it involves students being on their Chromebook, like it's very fancy, the teacher in their presentation, it mirrors into the students' individual Chromebooks and they have to follow along and manipulate and drag and drop things on their screens, and it's insane. And we heard loud and clear from our teachers and families that were like, that's gonna be a no for us. And so yes, we specifically selected options that have the technology component, because to be honest, it's hard to find one that doesn't have that, but that also have parallel options where that is not a requirement, that students be on devices or that they only can access it through technology. Because to your point,
that seems really important.
It's a lot. Yeah.
Seems super. We would never want a digital only option. No. Okay.
For like 1,000 reasons.
Yeah. Right.
Great. Next slide.
Wait, so can you explain some of these? I mean,
So on the left there, so our on the left is our social studies curriculum. The Savas is just the publisher. So our current investigations math curriculum. There are, how long could it probably explain it better than I can, but there are certain like video components. For the teaching edition, there's a technology component for almost all of them. Maneuvering in the Middle is a supplemental math curriculum that the middle school has been using very successfully. And so to be clear, the items on this list are not all only technology based. But you do have to, especially for the TEs, the teacher editions, a lot of them are the supplemental materials you have to access through technology. You can print them. But there's like a gateway in a way of technology.
But also just add some of them touch technology, but not our, you know,
Totally.
like we think about like a student on a device like push play PE. You know, teachers here may be able to elaborate a little bit more, but it provides lessons that teachers can watch. I think sometimes have the students watch also, so then they go out and learn and play a new game on PE. So it's not like all the students are on a device, but it is a subscription, it's a digital subscription that teachers have access to.
Yes, and I'll just jump in and say, at least at the elementary school and upper grade, that's all I can speak for. The only curriculum that we do that you would walk in and see kids on the screen doing it is iReady. And aside from that, I know that Springy, the Amplify that she's been doing, there are some activities that the kids have really been enjoying doing on the computer, but for the most part, all those things that are elementary school, those are if there is a technological element, if you want, and mostly the teacher is the one doing it, projecting.
Yeah.
Just.
Yeah. I would say, especially in all of these, yes.
Sorry, that was my
Favorite song. A big component when it comes to the digital elements of our curriculum really hinges around like access and differentiation. And so if we have students who require, you know, level literacy or differentiated reading levels or things like that, it's incredibly helpful to be able to access the digital version as opposed to the print version, because then we're able to in real time differentiate to provide access to students who might otherwise struggle to access instruction in that specific moment. So like Alana was saying, almost all of these have a paper pencil version. And like Scott was saying, sometimes the gateway to that is through a technology portal. It's how you access the supplementary materials or the differentiated materials, etc. But like Alana was saying, it doesn't mean that you're going to walk into a classroom and find students on their devices following along in that way.
Have we ever pooled teachers and families about what is effective or what they actually use and like, what they don't?
I mean, anytime we're doing an adoption, that's a big part of the process.
What about all the stuff that we have access to? Like, are we keeping up to date with teachers are using this and they like it, or families are using it and they like it?
Yeah, so any adopted curriculum, like there's a very prescriptive process that we have to go through to get that sort of input. Certain things on this list, so most of the things on this list are adopted curriculums. I would say the only ones that aren't are formally adopted are maneuvering the math. That was a request that came from our math team. So in that way, yes, like very much driven by our teachers.
And if I could just add, the maneuvering in the middle, but as a supplemental is paper pencil.
Right.
I mean, they're using like added strategies, just like interactive notebooks and, you know, putting things into a notebook, taking notes, and it's paper pencil math.
Yeah,
And I
Kristen
know
showed
that-
us yesterday, they can go in and access these worksheets, right?
Yeah.
But even though it's a digital subscription,
That's
the
right.
work the students are doing,
So
their
it's like
paper
considered
pencil.
educational
Yeah.
technology
Yeah.
because it's online, teachers can access it online, get the information, and then present it to students in a way that's like more paper pencil, more interactive like that.
And I would say I'm trying to think of an example of us outside of the core curriculum of any supplemental that didn't come from teachers' request. I'm trying to think of one that was sent out the other way. Usually these items are, you know, I mean, they're not on this list, but something like No Ready will come from the middle school, and teachers will just say like, we need this, we like this, I saw a colleague use it, and they'll bring it to our attention and we kind of vet it and see if we have anything else like it. But yeah, I think almost all, if not all, the supplemental resources come from teacher request.
Can you talk can you talk a little bit more about the SAVAS, social science and math? Because from some additional materials that Allison shared, it looks like those two together are pretty expensive. So can you talk about more what those are, how they're used, and you know, it's an annual license. So is it per student? Like, what's the structure of those tools?
Yeah, so the Savas investigations curriculum is sunsetting. So part of the reason that we are going through the adoption process at the moment that we are and at the rate that we are is we would rather get input from our teachers on like what's feeling right and not continue that subscription for a whole nother year. This subscription includes the access to supplementary materials, differentiation materials. It also, when it says subscription, that includes the workbooks, the student workbooks, which are supplementary to the curriculum itself. So that is for the math, and then yeah, the social studies curriculum was a recent adoption, and a lengthy adoption. We went for a long time without one, without an updated adoption. And so we are really excited to have one, and it took a long time to find one.
Recall the adoption of the social studies curriculum last year. I think I wasn't aware that there was like 120,000 of annual license fees for it. Like, or can you just talk a little bit more about what that cost is? And maybe it's actually the cost is really more for the hard materials, and the like digital pieces are just bundled in that, and so that's not what, you know, the digital cost is.
Yeah, so that that larger amount, the 124, that's for 5 years. And that covers workbooks and so forth. If we need additional workbooks, then we'd have to order them, say if we get a larger class size for the following year or something compared to our original quote, then we would have to pay for those additional workbooks. But that 124 was for the 5 years.
And it's not just the digital piece. The digital piece is bundled into that. So there isn't a carve out of the digital cost.
Correct.
Okay.
Allison, does that fee also, like anytime we adopt a new curriculum,
Mhm.
we also want to make sure that we're providing teacher support in using it? So
Mhm.
professional development related to the new curriculum adoption.
Yeah.
Is that included in that?
That
fee?
was all bundled in there, yes. And that has a digital component, or is like the teacher PD on how to use the curriculum.
Publisher, the circumstance, like when we adopted investigations, investigations when we adopted that, I think I was still teaching, so it's been a while. But they sent in-person trainers, is that right?
It was at the garden.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was just thinking about like what makes this particular ed tech?
Yeah.
It's a curriculum adoption, and it includes hard stuff, consumables, workbooks, but there's a digital element. Yeah.
We definitely roster them to
there's a
Savas in the background so that they can access the curriculum digitally.
Got it.
Yeah, it's like a
That whole cost there is for a whole package.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure it also comes with an online textbook, is that correct? Yeah, so
Mhm.
that's
So it's
another.
a two. It's like a little.
Yeah, that's the roster includes that.
The digital.
And the math piece of Savas we're potentially replacing because we're looking for a new math curriculum.
Correct, yeah. And so what we would really like to have happen is we are able to do that adoption before we have to pay for another subscription.
You know, and unfortunately, well, fortunately or unfortunately, the way you look at it, I mean, the team that's piloting really wants to do a thorough job. And so we do not anticipate being able to have the adoption process for math finished before the end of the year. That's always a hope. It's clean, new start, fresh start and everything, and for budgetary reasons, obviously, but it's also the worst thing you can do is try to rush the process and regret what was chosen. So the pilot we'll pilot other materials at the beginning of next year. So we will have to start the year with investigations. I know that's not popular, sorry.
I will say Tristan Bedke is hard at work trying
Yes.
to make sure that we don't spend
Yes,
a single
she's
penny
on it.
more than necessary for that overlap time.
I do have something to say, but I can wait till the end to stay with protocol, or I could comment now, and I just want to find out.
Ariel, did you have more questions on this slide, or?
I do have more questions on this slide.
Okay, what's your preference? You're the president.
I didn't really
sitting here.
I didn't really hear what Alana said.
Oh, just whether she can ask her question now, or whether we want to kind of stick with protocol and have the board do their thing first.
Why don't we stick to protocol?
Okay, all right. We're here for you. We'll get there.
Okay.
Yes.
I think to Callie's point,
yes, I'm sure that we vetted these and liked them and wanted them at the time that we selected them. There are a lot, and they almost all of them have a cost associated with them. So it might not be a bad idea to be a little bit methodical of confirming that these are still meeting our needs, and that we would want to keep them. The individual cost of them is, not necessarily a lot, although some of them are kind of a lot, but they add up. So I appreciate the question from Callie, and I feel like it's worth a thought process of, maybe not necessarily the ones just on this list, but I think on the next slide, there's even more.
We'll be glad to take that on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like a survey or something.
Yes.
Yep. In addition to a survey, I'd like to know how much time students actually spend on it. Something that is on my mind is the time that students are on a device in a school.
So I asked, so we want thorough data on that. We'll want to do some kind of questionnaire or, surveying of our teachers. I did ask principals like for super informal information on that. So they reached out to like a sampling of teachers and just from what they see and everything. And we have a couple teachers in the room. So they, fact check me if I'm way off. But the general response we got was for TK through 2, it averages somewhere between like 20 and 60 minutes a week on a device. And then for grades 3 through 5, sometimes depending on what writing project's going on and kind of what else, is happening project wise, somewhere like 2 to 3 hours per week actually on a device. And then Christina, I don't know if you have thoughts about middle school. I know this is very general and very estimated.
Brought it up in leadership today. I mean, it really just varies by subject, right? It's
Humanities is gonna be on a
nothing to math and science to
Yeah.
elective or humanities where they're writing an essay. So it really varies. Some days you could have, a day where there's more screen time, then another day there might be very little screen time. So it really just depends on the lesson and the activity.
I think
It's hard to quantify it.
I was gonna say to that point, though, I think any type of survey that we do of staff, families, et cetera, I think getting an honest assessment of time spent on a device period, but if as much as possible, time spent using these various subscriptions. I mean, the ones that aren't mandatory. I mean, I know there's some like we absolutely have to. Yeah.
And I appreciate you noting that, that was the thing that I was gonna add is, yes, I think Ariel, it makes a ton of sense to really look at like, are we still, do we still need these or still using them? And we have to have adopted curriculum.
Yeah.
And so making, especially like the supplemental curricula and subscriptions, making sure that we're looking at those and some of them, we have to have it.
But that's what I'd like to understand. What do we have to have? What do people like? How much time are students spending on it? Because I actually feel like this is too much time. I'm kind of that camp, I think, is that students
3 hours per week.
that when they're at school, they should be talking to each other, they should be moving, they should be, kind of handwriting and I understand, I mean, I'm an English teacher. I understand you need to learn how to type, but those are the skills that I think are maybe falling away in this modern with all the devices because they're so attractive and exciting that school we should just I'm interested in what's actually happening and then perhaps we have a lens more towards not leaning on technology. I'd like to explore that. I think that's valuable these days because COVID threw us into technology and it was like, oh, 1-to-1, here you go, let's fix it. We'll give you more. Here's a new, we have this textbook, but we've also got this fancy, additional,
thing you can watch or interact with. So, yeah, I would like a more of an investigation of what's actually happening.
We'll be glad to do that.
Yeah.
Thoughts on that is that although COVID was a game changer,
Right.
they're definitely pre-COVID, or anybody ever heard that word?
Yeah.
There was almost like the flip side of like,
Right.
when are we gonna be one-to-one?
Right, yeah.
So, so it wasn't just a COVID thing, I guess is my
Right.
point with that. And, you know, I guess I would just say, I think the way we look at technology and, again, I always like having teachers here, so if they're feeling something different, we're willing to hear it, but there's no push like from the district office to say, use more or less. I like to think we're a district that really respects teacher professional judgment. So we provide them as tools. It's like we have pencils, just like we have other instructional equipment. And then they get to decide, like, I mean, outside of some things like testing and state testing, where that has to be on a device, of when to utilize that tool. And so, I mean, that's, I think generally has been our approach. And so when it, you know, when we think like 2 to 3 hours a week in a 3rd through 5th grade classroom, how does that number settle with you?
Yeah, I think
Do you think that's too much?
I do. The numbers you shared, I think are, yeah, I think they're, I think, yeah. I think less is better with this kind of a thing.
I tend to agree with Callie. I think a 3rd grader, 3 hours, that's a lot to me.
And I hear you that there was a drive for one-to-one even before COVID, or let's, that's the future. Let's prepare.
It's not a digital divide.
I mean, I definitely get that feeling and but there's also a lot has been uncovered about mental health. We're hearing from students about, the ways that in social media, and parents need, how do we have digital citizenship? So it's an issue. I think I'm very excited that we're going to dive into this and kind of see where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, a little on the flip side, like reading about and knowing in my own kids' experience in grades 3 through 5, and gosh, several years back, but I think it was, if there's such thing as post-COVID, Ilana, it may have been your class students who did presentations about solar, and they sent them to the board, which is awesome, and it had been like this project-based learning experience, and they'd done their presentations and sent them our way, and I was envisioning, 'cause to me that was kind of a new thing, like thinking about how they were working together and they were doing it, using these tools, and it seemed like a powerful experience, and so I'm sure there's some really important uses, and kids are not just kind of alone, looking into a screen, like it's being used in a really powerful way. So I really want to hear more from the teachers of the students, for sure, to hear how it's working out for them and how they're feeling about those times. And here we are.
I have a question, like when you say how much is too much on a computer, is there specific types of tasks that you think is too much? Because, for example, my students do writing, and they do both handwritten and they learn how to type. And they actually enjoy it. They enjoy learning how to insert images or upload photo, take a picture with the camera, things like that. And at the end of the year, we have state testing, which is all on the computer, where they have to be able to write, and I would hate to throw them into that learning platform without having any experience. So my question, I guess, is would writing something on a computer be different in your mind than receptive type of time on a computer where they're just watching videos or I don't know. Are there differences, I guess, in the usage that make a difference for your time limits?
I think there is, and I think that if we investigating this, we would kind of decide, what do teachers like? What's really useful, and also these things, cost money, I think it's a whole, I'm excited to be more precise about this. It just feels like we're missing a little precision right now.
Yeah, I certainly would, I would not advocate for like a math curriculum where all they're doing is going on the computer all the time and, you know, even though they do iReady, like we do use iReady for homework at home because that's a resource the district has and for me, I utilize it more for homework. And it's not even daily necessarily. They get to choose how much time they spend on it, basically. But in the class, we do a lot of, it's just all interactive partner work, manipulatives, conversations, things like that, for math. So I would hate to have a math program, for example, where they're just going in and doing online worksheets or things like that. That wouldn't feel good to me. But yeah, so I guess that's the part that I kind of would want to suss out is how much time is too much, but is it task specific?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it is, yeah.
Do we have any other board questions? I know we're getting
Oh, I'm
into a
sorry.
conversation. No, you're good. You're good. It's fine. I was gonna say, but it feels like that felt like the flow we were in,
Yeah.
where I didn't think we were having much more board questions. Ariel, you good with us moving to audience conversation discussion? Do you have any?
No, I think I have a few more comments / questions.
Oh, we didn't even go all the way through the slides yet, did we? I'm so sorry. It's getting late.
What is the TED rule?
Yeah. Okay. All right,
Is
someone
it
take
on
the
this-
wheel.
Yeah, are your questions on this slide or the next slide?
I'm trying to remember. It's 1 o'clock in the morning for me, so I'm
Oh,
also what was my question? Oh, it was more of a comment. When we do the survey to the teachers, I think it would be helpful to include how much the licenses are because that might help. Like we have this tool, we have this license. Do you like it? Do you think it's worth $20,000? Like just to provide some of that context, I think would be helpful. Okay, why don't we go to the next slide? I do have another question, but let's get to the slide. Next slide.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I sort of think I think what we were talking about on the last slide works with this slide too, right? This is more some of the supplemental pieces that
Yeah, just moving
So-
from the core curriculum to the assessments
Yeah.
and supplemental. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that we need a.
This is basically what you were talking about, all that supplemental stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anyone wants to cover any of it.
I mean, like we said before, most of these have come from, I mean, before I used the example of no red ink. So, I mean, that was because teachers heard about the tool and thought it sounded useful and asked if we could provide it. So most of these fall under that. I'm trying to think of one that doesn't.
For example, this list I think is without context is a little misleading. For example, Orton Gillingham is a training that our teachers have done. It's a virtual training. And so in that way, it involves ed tech. It's a training that when implemented with students there's no technology involved at all. But the way that we accessed it originally was through a virtual training. It's not an ongoing subscription or anything like that. And so I think in that way, you know, it's a little misleading in the ed tech presentation because it's
We erred on the side of if it touches ed tech and it costs money, we want to be fully
Yeah.
transparent and put it here.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
But are you saying, Carissa, that there was only a one-time fee for that? So like the 3,600 annual license was just one time?
Correct. It's per training. There are multiple trainings you can access. Like our teachers are already asking for more. We've seen really exciting results from the training and from the instruction that's taken place. So each individual training, if you want, there's like multiple courses depending on how deep you want to go, but it is a one-time fee per training.
Okay.
Character Strong, same, right? It is only available digitally. It's what our counselors use for their curriculum for their monthly push-in lessons that they do. And it's been really, really valuable for them. And so it is a subscription, but it doesn't involve like students using technology at all.
But it's a video?
It's how they access the curriculum is the digital component. Some of the lessons have a video element that you can use from the curriculum. It really depends on the counselor of how they implement it. Some counselors would prefer to use the video. Sometimes you'll watch a social interaction and you're like, maybe the lesson is on empathy. So you'll watch a contrived situation in the video and then do some reflections or guided questions after that. Some of our counselors prefer to work with a group of students on the side and say, okay, this is the contrived situation that we're coming up with. Who wants in to act? And that sort of thing. And so it really kind of depends on the situation. So it does have that available. I would say by and large, it's not how it's used all the time.
So sorry, I'm just thinking of that future input is how frequently is this used?
Globally or just?
No, not
your
an
country?
answer. I'm just the data that we're gonna need to know about.
Do you have any other questions or comments on any of these?
Maybe to the end, right?
Ariel.
Yeah.
Ariel, did you have any other questions?
I did. Okay, so can we go back to the,
We're coming.
can we go back to the cost of the iPads and the Chromebooks? So you said that the iPads we've purchased, we're not going to need to replace them for a few years.
Yeah, correct. That
You
is
would say 3 years, maybe we would need to replace them?
about 2 or 3 years. Yeah.
And how much does it cost to provide the iPads for those 4 grades?
Oh, gosh, we haven't purchased them since I've been here. Do you recall, George, the last time we even purchased them?
It's been too long. I have no idea.
So,
been a
okay.
while.
So yeah, so we'll
Okay.
have to dig in
Okay.
to see when
That's
we
fine.
even purchased them. It's been so long.
And then the Chromebooks you said are going to be coming from bond funding? Is that because it's considered infrastructure?
Technology, yes. So, since they will be used for students, we can use bond funds for them. And we were using one-time funding to cover the cost of them for the last few years. to keep
And so the
costs away from
bond
them.
funding will last us when? Next year and the year after?
2 to 3
Or
years.
2 to 3 years?
Yeah.
And then once we can no longer use bond funding, how much is it per year to provide Chromebooks for 3 to 8?
So 3 to 8, well, if we factor in declining enrollment and so forth, and if Chromebooks are roughly about 400, I'd say about 430, including tax, depending on how many we order. George mentioned we do about 350. If we do replace about 350 currently, that's about
Going forward, we'll probably need to do less.
yeah, we're going forward, we'd have to do less, but for instance, say this year we did 350, it'd be about 150,000. But in the out years, we can drop that down to, it'd still be probably around 100,000 unless we cut it way down. So depending on how we evaluate and the needs. So seems weird talking to the side of the screen, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Ariel.
I was gonna say, I think those are my questions.
Okay.
Okay. A price of, like, for example, when the classroom has the Chromebooks versus the students take them home.
That's included in the refresh. That's not just for the middle school. That'll refresh either. Like last year, when we bought 350, we replaced all of 3rd and 4th grade. So it's not necessarily always New Brighton, but yeah, we've been replacing them in phases.
Yes, it's like a cycle.
Yeah.
Here's my question. Is it more expensive to send the Chromebook home versus it's in the classroom? That's the question.
Well, any repairs due to damage, parents are invoiced and they cover the cost of the repair of the Chromebook due to damages. As far as just regular usage of it going home, having more usage, that's something we really haven't. I haven't monitored on my
stock.
I'm sorry?
You'd have to, for the middle school, you'd have to maintain a bigger stock of Chromebooks, because you'd have to have a cart in every classroom, and the kids have 7 periods. So you'd have, it's not just one per kid, it needs multiple.
Oh, yeah.
And what if it was the old days where it was like several carts and the teachers would check them out or something?
Well. I don't know if we can go back to that.
Can we just do a quick little public service announcement?
There is an SUV in the parking lot. And custodians are trying to lock the gate.
So not the DO parking lot, but
You know, it's probably mine and I have a key, so lock it away.
Okay,
anyone else have an SUV?
Okay.
they didn't say.
Like by the, in front of the district
I
office?
think it's mine. That's
Yeah,
okay.
you're good, you're.
Okay, so just
Yeah.
unlock it.
Yeah, it's mine.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just gonna sleep here.
Wait, so you want them to lock it?
It's fine, I have a key, I can open it. Oh.
I don't even have a key.
Thanks.
Oh,
Pardon the interruption.
yeah.
What I was gonna add is also, I think it's a fair question, and I think another important distinction, and we don't have a middle school teacher here, but when you think about homework structure at middle school versus elementary school, it's also an equity and access piece, right? If we're asking students to do homework, and that's a really important life skill that we're wanting them to have. A lot of that homework sometimes requires access to a Chromebook at home, whereas in elementary school, it's a different structure.
On a personal note, I'll say, with the new policy where a kid can potentially be homesick, but also do a little work from home and get credit for that, having the Chromebook there is really helpful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, like a survey, finding out how other people use it. Like for me as a parent, I would give that input. For other people, they might have a different journey, but there definitely are some advantages.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're sick, you're not that sick. Yeah. He's not watching, it's fine.
Is there any other input or questions?
Yeah.
My turn now?
Yeah, too.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Patience.
So fast. Ariel, it's like we drank from the same water tonight. Like every time you're like, no, I'm gonna go. I'm like, yes, that's it. I want to go back to the idea of getting the data from the teachers and looking at this list of the adopted curriculum and the grade expense. I think that ever since Rick Boyce worked here and he was like, no, it's adopted. We have to use this stuff. The worst is to have adopted curriculum collecting dust. There is so much adopted curriculum collecting dust. And if we don't ask the questions in the right way, teachers will be afraid to be honest. I have thought that we had to take whatever the whole package is, for example, with this new social studies curriculum. I'm on the piloting team. I was super stoked about it. They're not collecting lots of dust, we're using it, but we are not using the technological. I use the technological component, but kids are not one-to-one. The FOSS stuff, the online stuff, the FOSS stuff, kids are not using one-to-one. And so I just think I would, if you said, are you using the curriculum? I'd be like, yes, there's a part of, I don't know how you phrase this in a way that's not gonna make teachers feel like, are you gonna be in trouble? Especially if it's adopted curriculum. However, if these are different components of adopted curriculum that we can say yes or no to, we got these mats. Every child, 3rd through 5th grade, has a laminated mat in a special plastic container. And the 3rd through 5th grade teachers, we've actually asked to not K through 5th, even worse. So if basically two things. One, when you do the survey, maybe invite, I would happily sit with you to phrase questions in a way or to deliver a message in a way that will really get the answers that you really want. If the answers are what you really want, so then that thing with the cost money thing, is it true? $124,000 for 5 years. Do we have to take XYZ with the FOSS and all of the physical material? We just go inventory stuff. We say, I need more screens, I need more diatomaceous earth. We don't have to get a whole kit. So it's great. I don't think I'm costing very much by just replenishing what I use. Whereas with the math books or whatever, when we didn't have a social studies curriculum, we stopped paying for it. It's sunshine, died, whatever. But then I figured out a creative way to make copies. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say it.
You are.
That's a joke. We took exits from it, but I wonder if when you pull teachers, where is the true wiggle room in terms of what we can say we're using, what we want, what we don't want? Where are we gonna get a this and what? And I believe that we could save a lot of money if we could be strategic about these things. And I will say the district has not ever said you have to do, I just wanna echo what Scott said. Yeah, we people love mystery science. That is like such an engaging, such a great thing. Ed Puzzle, my subscription died. I didn't know that the district was paying for anybody's. That would be curious to talk about, because I just then paid for it. Anyway, so I can't emphasize enough, a true data collecting thing that has, what are you using? Is this vale la pena? Like, is it worth the cost? And is the district for reals wanting, do you have the power to actually see and then make decisions based on that? And yeah.
I'll just add, like, I think I really appreciate the question, because the answer is in some ways yes and no. Like, I'm gonna do something. Christina, do me a favor, turn around, look at that blue piece of paper on the wall behind you.
You're not doing it.
No. Look at this blue piece of paper. What is the title of it?
Yeah, is it the UCP complaint?
It should be
Oh, no, it's
the
the instructional materials.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the Williams complaint, right? So when Alana talks about like the curriculum collecting dust in their class, it is because we have to have it and we get audited on it. And if we don't have it, we're in violation of the Williams Act. And so I think it's a really important discussion. And there are certain areas in which we have to have adopted curriculum in XYZ format that has to be in the classroom. And so when you walk into a classroom and you're like, yeah, like I've got these books, I've got this thing, like it's because we have to. And you'll walk into a classroom and next to the door, like you'll find that sign that says like, these are the materials that you have to have in this classroom. And if you don't, like, here's how you file a complaint about it. And so
New Brighton went through one of them's review last year.
We just went through
Yep,
it.
yep.
Yeah, we had an auditor.
Successfully.
Successfully. Every single class. Yeah.
And to that point, though, it'd be so cool if I knew, okay, we have these workbooks for these kids. I am not gonna have you write in it. I did that for years with Our Nation. Nobody wrote in it, so I never ordered new workbooks.
Right.
If we know next year we're gonna be like, maybe they're not, I mean, there's creative ways to get, and because we're in the state of budget and all the things, and teachers have never been more aware than before of this position that we're all in and what you're all trying to do. We'll get to the action items, I hope, tonight. I think we are ready to get creative and be excited at the idea of saving money. I think we'd love to be a part of these discussions. So I would just like to, on record, offer myself up again to come up with some sort of survey or data collection tool.
Will you also on record offer to make sure that people fill it out?
Well,
There's the buy-in, is helping to build it.
And did everyone hear?
Yeah.
Everyone didn't hear that Alana copies things. No, we did hear you say.
Don't repeat things.
Oh, we're falling into the post 10 p.m. We didn't even hear that, but we're all falling apart. It's fine. It's fine.
Do we know the Ted?
Oh,
I mean, we need him for.
we need Ted, yeah.
I think he just closed his
He,
window.
he's here, he's not.
I can see if he's still there, but I collapsed it. So
Okay, okay, good.
Yeah, no, if his
We need
camera's
the
on-
action item.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go to the next slide, because this is gonna be there'll be more conversations regarding these topics.
There he is.
Okay, good.
Thank you. All right. I think the next slide says thank you.
Yep.
Welcome. No, I think you skipped it. You skipped one. No.
No, I don't.
Operational.
Oh,
It's up there.
You know, we talked about.
What
that
I
one.
miss?
We talked about this one. It's fine if you want, we talked about that one.
Talk about the operation.
Oh,
And then
okay,
we-
sorry.
But if you want it to go to thank you, we can.
They're much more nuts and bolts. Like
I-
stop it is not something a student
Right.
sitting on a screen.
Yeah,
right.
using in class, yeah.
Yeah, and then the list on the right, I have it here, which is my left and which is my
And
right.
The entire list on the right are materials that are required to implement student IEPs.
Yeah.
All IEPs got it.
Yeah, yeah. So those have very minimal costs associated with them. Okay, there we go. Now,
Alice,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you. I apologize. I was
it's okay.
I was one ahead in my screen.
It's okay. It's okay. I often don't click and move my screen at the same time, so yeah, I was surprised I was even on the right one.
Well, Thank you all for pulling this together. I mean, you've heard from the board, we definitely wanted to learn more about the use of ed tech and not, not only the cost associated with it, but the value add and whether it's, giving, whether everything that we're using is contributing meaningfully to our kids' education and whether there are any risks associated with it. So I think the idea of really getting more information is going to be super helpful to continue the conversation.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we made sure that we're on the side of caution and added everything we can think of, put it on there so that way everyone's able to see.
All right.
Melina had a.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Melina. Hi.
That's okay. That's okay. I just had a question about the middle school. Like, is there an option for families to opt out of their student being issued a Chromebook? Because like my student carries one to and from school every day, but when he gets home, he jumps on his own computer, logs into Chromebook. That Chromebook sits in his backpack or charges overnight, and so he's just pulling weight back and forth from home. So like I would necessarily be a family that would be like, yes, I will opt out of having it as long as he has something in class that he could then, and I know that that would be logistically very fun.
Yeah.
But to have like a reserve amount in classroom that then he could access in class, or just opt out completely, and as a family, he can carry his own computer to and from. I don't know, just as an option. Is that
It's interesting, but it would have an infrastructural like challenge.
Yeah.
Like some people taking them home, some people not having a spot for them to charge. I don't know.
Yeah.
If it's something to look
Start
at.
your day.
Well-
I can just share, we don't have a process, but we do take it on request.
Okay.
And so we've done that, and we are currently doing it right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Well, no, the
But they still have a device at school.
Right. Yeah,
Let's
you couldn't
say
bring your own
We do not
device.
want this to come home with my child, for whatever reason. They turn it in to the office at the end of the day.
Okay.
Maybe I charge it, pick it up in the morning.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking the library.
It's
but
not,
the
like-
office
yeah,
is
it's not
much
yeah.
easier.
something that we
We have a high
advertise, but
number,
if
yeah.
if it ever is something that a parent wants, of course, we're happy to accommodate.
Oh, that's awesome.
Great.
I think that would be one of the things that'd be helpful to include in the survey that we do of parents to understand that, because I
Yeah.
do know there are other schools in our county that are doing something similar, giving families the option to opt out and not have to have their middle schoolers or high schoolers take Chromebooks home.
Yeah, great. Yeah. And I don't want to talk about it, but I just want to mention the Go Guardian, that just the monitoring, that might be something else that we need to add to our discussion.
Okay.
The monitoring of what students are on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go Guardian.
I'll just add really quick as a parent, I will say. I do appreciate that like my daughter does not, she does have to lug the Chromebook back and forth, but she doesn't have to lug textbooks back and
Yeah.
forth because textbooks are digital. And I'm not very pro technology, but it is really nice that the middle school textbooks are online and she doesn't have to like carry it back and forth.
Or the thing that issued in certain classes is the subject of being in school, if it's come home and stay.
So that's basically what we do, is everybody has to set hard copy textbook. And then you can issue one that stays home.
Yeah.
And then the only thing that has to go back and
I'll
forth
do
is
it.
the Google.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for a robust discussion. If no one minds, we're gonna move our action items up next. And then we'll circle back and hit item 9E
Ted still.
after.
Where's there?
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
beautiful. We want to be compliant. So
So
item, there we go.
We're on 10A?
Yes, 10A.
Okay. So really exciting. After a lot of work from both sides, we were able to reach a tentative agreement with SEA that included lots of good contract updates to contract language, and also obviously the compensation of a 2-year deal for 25-26 and 26-27. So we are hopeful that the board will consider approving that tonight.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Ariel, any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Anything from the audience?
I have a question. Is there a Me Too clause for them? For the administration in that? No. In the raise?
We are only talking about the certificated group right now.
Oh, so-
That's, yeah, that's, yeah, we're only talking about SEA. Yeah, so that's what's on that's what we're doing right now. It's a tentative agreement for 2 years, 2025, 26, and 26, 27 after a lot of work and thought gone into the process for sure. Do we have Ted?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Where is he?
He just dropped off.
Okay.
Somebody call him and wake him up.
We're gonna take a quick recess.
I'll call.
Yeah, quick recess.
He's gonna call Lisa.
Are you calling Lisa? Love that.
Wow, this is a small community.
I'm gonna just text him and be like, bro,
I
can't.
You did. Have a motion on.
Are we back all, we're all back live?
See everybody.
All right.
Yay.
Perfect. Thank you, Ariel. Okay. So item 10A, consider approval of the SEA 2526 TA and AB 1200 public disclosure of the collective bargaining agreement. I don't think we had any other questions or discussion, did we? No? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the SEA tentative agreement AB 1200?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Passes. Thank you to the negotiations team and everyone who put in so much hard work. Let's see, we just got 2 quick action items. Bear with us. Important, but quick. 10B, consider adopting the resolution authorizing interfund loans for cash flow purposes. We heard about the importance of this.
Yes, and this was what our public hearing was on a lot earlier in the meeting. So yes, so this is just to allow the district to do interfund borrowing for any type of payment obligations that may arise if we so need.
All right. Any questions from the board? Nope. Questions from the audience? All in favor of adopting the resolution? Actually, it's gonna be a roll call, right?
Yes.
We'll do a roll call, but when you're ready, please.
Motion first, though. Motion and second.
Yeah,
I'll make a
great.
motion.
Thank you so much.
Make a motion.
I'm gonna
Yay.
second the motion
Great.
for the interfund fund loans. Thank you.
Gray.
Aye.
Trustee Donnelly.
Aye.
Trustee Jackson Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Edmondson.
Aye.
All right, next item, consider adopting the resolution to proclaim the weeks of May 1st through 8th, 2026 as School Employee Appreciation Week. We really
Yes.
appreciate you as
Yeah. Extra gold stars.
Anything you wanna
Yeah,
add?
so no, just a quick summary, like every single position in our district is so important. And years ago, before I was here, the board just took this approach rather than trying to make sure that every single group was recognized separately at the risk of missing important groups. They wanted to say basically everybody in the district impacts students positively. So we're going to pick one week and celebrate everybody. And that's the week of May 1st through May 8th. So.
All right. So do we have a motion to adopt this resolution?
I'll make a motion. Yay, teachers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'll second.
You second. Any questions from the audience before we consider this
Super quick
resolution?
one,
Yes.
Super quick one. We have aides that are not necessarily school employees, but they're part of the school
Oh, yeah.
community.
Mhm.
And, so I just hope that we can, I don't know if it's appropriate, but I hope that they can be included and remembered as well. So that's all I want to say, but thank you for considering this. I appreciate it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great point. Thank you. And we haven't had anything on email for those
Nope,
items,
nope,
right?
I'd
Thank
let you know.
Thank you for checking.
Yep.
We had a motion and a second, right, Jen? Okay, we're ready for our roll call, please.
Trustee Gray.
Aye.
Trustee Edmondson.
Aye.
Trustee Jackson Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Donnelly.
Yeah, aye.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. We're done with our action items. We do have one more discussion item if we have the stamina for it. Yeah.
I'll make it super quick.
Okay, we don't have to. We just, all right, thank you. What page do we go to for that?
That would be-
75. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going back to item 9E, discussion regarding the superintendent's evaluation process.
So we have been working a lot in closed session many times throughout the last year on checking in on my goals. And so we have much more robust discussions in closed session as part of my evaluation. But just as a reminder, on page 77, there is the list of my goals for the year. The long range goal 1 is to improve TK mathematics program in order to increase overall student achievement district-wide in math. Long range goal 2 is to improve the sense of comfort and safety at our schools, especially as they navigate adolescence, obviously at New Brighton. Long range goal 3 is to address employee satisfaction in SUESD. And we did an employee satisfaction survey earlier in the year. And thanks to the great collaboration we have with Carissa, we're baking in using that survey as part of our checkpoints with the stewardship team to make sure that what we learn from that, we can plan for and manage and try to improve. The goal for community partnerships is to foster positive relations with all school district partners, including but not limited to staff, parents, students, community agencies, and alignment with governance standards. And then for our team, for the governance team, the goal for Unity is to coordinate with the board to establish norms of collaboration, which we have on the back of these now,
Mhm.
and communicate with staff and families on unified messages, which we've been trying to do through the SoCal Scoop and other means. So that is what the board is evaluating me on. Like I said, much more robust discussions in closed session. So any input from the board since they're the ones doing the evaluation.
Sometimes at this, maybe we already had it, again, it's late. Sometimes we talk about the exact timeline of the evaluation. Did we do that already earlier this
We
year?
did not,
Okay.
we did not, given the current status.
Right,
I
right.
didn't know if we
Yeah,
were
got
ready to
it.
do that.
No, I don't think we are. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
Mhm.
So, at a future meeting, we will kind of nail down our timelines, for that. Okay. Did you have any questions or comments? Again, the board spent a lot, we've collaborated a lot, spent a lot of time in closed session, talking through the goals. Ariel, did you have anything to ask or add on this item? No? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, I thought I had unmuted myself. Just to reiterate that we have spent a considerable amount of time this year being very thoughtful and in closed session. So this is just one part of it, and yeah, but nothing else to add.
Okay. All right, it's a discussion item, it's not an action item, but if there are any, if the board is done, if there are any questions or comments from the audience, now's the time.
The evaluation being like made public? Or like it'll be in closed session always, or is it gonna be?
Evaluations are confidential, like HR kind of personnel items. There's a report out as to whether it's a positive evaluation, after. Yeah.
At the end, and that timeline is not done.
It is very typically it happens by the end of June, but there's not a rule that says it has to be done by then. If correct me if
You're
I'm wrong,
correct.
right?
Yeah.
And I double checked on the policy. I'm like, no, that's always been our tradition. I think a lot of times it makes sense. Like we're talking about this school year, so it makes sense to complete the process at the end of this school year. But if something comes up and it takes more time and it doesn't happen, it doesn't get finished until, July or August, that's still okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, all right. All right, that being said, we'll, thank you. You don't have anything else for us, right? All right, we'll hop back to item 11, correspondence. We rarely have any real paper correspondence to report out on. I don't think we do. Future agenda items are on the list and you all know how to reach out to ask for those. Next item will be adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you all. All right. Thank you. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for staying and congratulations. Can you imagine what if we hadn't had that extra meeting?
Yeah.